I'd like, if I could, to open with a prayer, if that's all right with you guys. This is from the Lutheran Prayer Book. Amid our tears, O Lord, I praise you that you have received Charlie Kirk to yourself in glory for all eternity. I thank you that you have brought him to the knowledge of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Comfort all who mourn with the glorious hope of the resurrection and life eternal. Grant me grace to say with a believing heart, thy will be done, and to know that your will is a good and gracious will, even in the present hour. Comfort us through your gospel, which promises strength and help to the troubled and weary. O Lord, forsake me not in this hour. Prepare me through your word and sacrament for that day when you will call us to yourself, that we may joyfully join the whole company of heaven to live with you forever. For Jesus' sake, we ask it. Amen.
Amen.
Wild week. Wild week. There's so much to say here. Like, I almost don't know where to begin. We're going to play it by ear today. Like, we didn't do any prep, did we, Taron?
No, not for this.
Because you can't. You can only respond sincerely and in as measured a fashion as humanly possible, which is... It's a hell of a trial today, I got to admit. You know, I said on Twitter, they burned our cities down to venerate a violent drug addict. And we indulged them. They used the disorder that flowed from such as basically societal camouflage to steal the following election, and then bragged about it openly in the pages of Time magazine, and still, we indulged them. They gave our rightfully elected president a .20 caliber ear piercing, and we indulged them. And now, a young man, 31 years old, younger than not only me, but many members of this audience, a boilerplate, inoffensive conservative with a gorgeous wife and two beautiful small children, a surfeit of spectacular milestones in his criminally short life, still afore him, cut down, butchered by yet another gunman on what appears to be yet another roof with yet another rifle. We're not sure. This may change as we go on. In essence, the exact same method with which they attempted to assassinate Trump. Only it worked this time because the oh-so-brave prison bitch-to-be decided to pick a soft target with no Secret Service protection, forcibly disarmed in a gun-free zone. Take a bow, you cum-guzzling, gutless coward, you! And while there will doubtless be boundless opinionating and navel-gazing on the dire and deadly path the country turned onto this past week, the truth is the fork in the road is far in our rearview mirror, folks. Anyone remember my post-election video in 2020? You remember that, Taryn?
Vaguely, yes.
I opened up not by saying, well, shit, we lost, we're screwed. I opened up by saying what? I'm concerned. That's what I said. I said, for the multifarious afflictions to which we've been subjected at this point, the sovereign remedy presents itself in exactly two forms: ballots or bullets. In 2016, we said in unison, we choose the nonviolent method. We forsake death. We choose discussion. I think the rise of Charlie Kirk in 2016's aftermath was sort of emblematic of this. You know, he's a man who went out and he had discussions. He debated with Democrats, some of whom I've publicly debated myself, and he decimated many of them. He chose ballots over bullets, for which I commend him. But that was not the fork in the road. In 2020, I would argue, by openly subverting the will of the people, the monoparty with the violent left as their vanguard subverted the public will, stealing the ballot and making the bullet all but inevitable. Of course, to do so, they'd already embraced the bullet, as we well know. Ask David Dorn how far they were willing to go to destabilize the country enough to give sanction for the fallacious methods through which they stole the 2020 election. Charlie Kirk, indeed, America, still did not choose death. Again, we chose discourse. We chose discussion. My exact words in that 2020 post-election video were that the left had spoken loudly and with a surprisingly unified voice. Discussion over. But I say no. What is over is our indulgence. What is over is our forbearance. What is over is our unpreparedness. What is over is our tolerance for the violent Marxist invective you spew at our scions as you dispensed at our ancestors. Marxism is an enemy of America. It is not a domestic political belief. It is a foreign imposed one, the sole purview of terrorists both within and without. And though Charlie Kirk is called home to the creator he served by all accounts faithfully and humbly, the only thing that's truly been buried today is your Bolshevik bullshit. I hereby assume a Martin Luther posture on indulgences, and I heartily recommend you all do likewise. Welcome to the RazörForce offensive. So what happened today, Karen?
Well, today we lost a very kind and good man to an act of violence, repeated. This seems all but familiar. Really all I have to say about it is
take your time.
What I wanted to say, we saw this coming for a very long time. We allowed it to happen. Let's just be honest about it. We allowed it to happen.
Yeah, in a lot of ways we did. Sorry, I won't interrupt.
They went after Trump twice, the president of the United States. And what's been done about it? What do we know about the shooters? Nothing. We've sat by and just given them or rather not given them a reason to do this. And that's got to stop. With a single bullet, they have destroyed the moderate right. And that is something our enemies are going to regret.
I saw Larry Correa, if I could add to this briefly. I saw Larry Correa, great author, by the way. Check out his books. He's used this analogy. It's kind of an extrapolation on an analogy I've used. He says, the right has a switch. The left have a dial, like a dimmer switch. Slowly build up to whatever Marxist nonsense they want to build up to. The right go to game time like that. Right? We're nonviolent. We're tolerating, and then the switch gets flipped. And history is rife with examples of this. You can cry and say nothing ever happens. The black pillars can say that all they want. History is rife with examples of this. The right have a switch. The left have a dimmer switch. They built up to this slowly. It's why I use the example of the 2020 election. I think something like this was sort of inevitable from that point. And I believe that explains their reaction in the aftermath of the 2024 election, right? If they were a legitimate political entity, if they were interested in discussion, what would they have done? They would have waxed conciliatory. They would have attempted to redress the problems in their own party that led to that absolute washout. Instead, dude, what did they do? What have we been talking about on the show? Time and time again, they just raise the temperature. Biden, who talked about lowering the temperature, gave that Emperor Palpatine speech in front of the red background where he called fully one half of the country domestic terrorists. And then those domestic terrorists went into a ballot box and nonviolently voted against him. That's where we're at. You do need to understand where you're at in this country at this point. You need to understand what the present hour is. Because with every major flashpoint, we have covered it, we have talked about it, and fully talked about what likely its import was going to be. Sorry, were you done with your thought?
Yeah.
I just wanted to add that because it really spoke to what you were talking about.
Yeah, I'm pretty much done.
How did you hear about this? Because I'll tell you guys how I heard about it. You ready for this? I logged on to Failbook for the first time in weeks. You know, who goes on Facebook anymore, you know, under the age of 50? And they were gloating about it on TMZ. TMZ and everybody reacting to it. I mean, dude, fully 200 of the reaction emojis that they have under the Facebook posts were people laughing. And it was already widely assumed that Charlie Kirk was likely to die from this attack. That was where I heard of it. Taryn, where'd you hear about it?
I pretty much just woken up about 20 minutes earlier. Everything was fine. Everything was normal. And I just look on, I log on to X for the day.
Uh-huh.
First thing I see is Charlie Kirk shot. And I thought, oh my God, hopefully he's okay. It says shot. He's not dead. So there's hope. And then I see the video, a video that I wish I had never seen.
I was lucky to have seen a really, really far version of it. You could still tell what happened, but you couldn't see any of the graphic details. Thankfully, I don't need to see the closer up angle.
And unfortunately, I did, which is how I pretty much knew it was over. The moment I saw that, like I first saw the far away shot, and then a few minutes later, I saw the close one, and yeah,
there are people who are saying he was basically dead before he hit the ground.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
As of now, based on the stories that we're hearing, and we have some footage of what appears to be a gunman on a roof who would have been perfectly in line of sight for the shot that we witnessed. I've seen over aerial maps of, you know, that basically situate that rooftop to Charlie Kirk's position. It seems to accord physically. Someone was arrested. It's an older, like, boomer.
Yeah, he was arrested and then let go. That was the early arrest. I'm not sure why he was singled out. He was down in the crowd, and I guess I'm not sure what circumstances happened, but they dragged him away, booked him. They're still holding him for obstruction. I'm not like I said, I don't know what happened there, but he's not the shooter. There was footage later of someone laying on a roof, and then later, directly after the shot is fired, same person running across the roof.
Running away from the roof. But brave soul that he is.
Dressed in black. So he was pretty easy to see against the blue sky.
Yeah, he was skylining, so pretty easy to make out in all the available videos that show that angle. It's looking that way, and it's looking as if that person has not been apprehended. Thus, at least it hasn't been reported.
No. They actually there was an earlier report that I just saw before we started.
Yes.
The FBI is saying someone has been arrested. We're not sure if it's the person.
Mm-hmm.
But
there's a number of arrests after an event like this, and not all of them pan out. But let's hope that it's the person.
Yeah,
you would hope for an event like that near a university that there, you know, egress would be more difficult. You know, that there would probably be, because I don't know, you've gone to college, so have I. Once you're on campus, yeah, there's roads, but they bottleneck a lot and they're very circuitous. And I would think even if he had arrived there in a car, he or she, that it would make it more difficult, more prohibitive, and thus it would increase the likelihood that authorities would be able to catch them at a bottleneck somewhere and apprehend them. So that's kind of a saving grace in this instance. But the rooftop is still kind of part of the university complex, from what I understand.
Yeah, it was only about from measurements that I've seen people make on Google Earth. It's only about 370 something feet.
we all knew the sort of scattered reports of Charlie Kirk having been killed were likely accurate after the president of the United States weighed in. And that literally just happened a little over an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. And he says, the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and his family. Charlie, we love you. The family, I just can't even. Young family, like just started a family in the last, what, 3 years? Something like that.
His daughters are so young too. Like when they grow up, they're barely gonna have any memories of him.
Yeah.
Everything that they're gonna learn about their father is just gonna be from recordings and videos online. It's awful.
This will be discussed at length. Do we want to get into the fact that this, I mean, look, I've been invited to a lot of events and I've only attended 1 or 2. And the reason why is because, and if you've watched my show for any length of time, you know that I've had a policy of this for a long time. It'll cut down on your day planner. It'll cut down on your schedule and your appearances. It will definitely keep you a smaller YouTube channel for longer. But my policy consistently has been, I will not appear anywhere where there is a gun-free zone. I won't do it because, I mean, think about my policy. I will not be in a crush of people forcibly disarmed, not knowing whether that crush of people has decided to abide by the self-same edict. I'm not going to take my hands and put it in the hands of the event staff.
Yeah.
And you can see here why that is. A lot of that is because there was a controversy here in Phoenix when I first started getting invited to events like this. And I've been invited to a lot, gang. I've had to turn down most of them. But there was that, you remember that thing at Comic-Con?
Yeah.
The guys showed up with, I don't even think they were loaded guns. They were real guns, but they weren't loaded. Person showed up and the event organizers used it as an excuse to ban guns at the Phoenix Convention Center. A clear violation of the Arizona Constitution, which has exceptions for being within 200 meters of a school. It does not have exceptions in the Arizona Constitution for the right to bear arms for being within 200 meters of a convention center. That's not in the Constitution anywhere. If somebody wanted to challenge that, it'd probably be a slam dunk. But luckily, around the time I started getting invited to these events was when this happened. And so it really put it front and center in my mind. And I kind of had to ask myself, are you going to, because I've been invited to that very same convention several times, are you going to be willing to appear at these? Like, knowing that you won't be able to protect yourself if you have to. Now, granted, in this case, this was cold-blooded assassination. It's not like Charlie Kirk could have whirled and shot this guy. But at the same time, this guy is probably dead on the rooftop like Thomas Crooks if there are other gunmen around. Like, certainly if he had Secret Service protection like Trump did, because that's what happened in that instance. But what I'm saying is, like, when nobody else has a gun, it's a soft target. Like I said earlier, this whole event was a soft target. And this is something we have to talk about, because even Turning Point USA's big event, AmFest, which I went to last year, I kind of justified that by saying my car was really close to the convention center, right there. I left my gun in the car, didn't wear it in the convention center, figured there was good protection. I probably wouldn't do that now. But I went last year. It was the first time I had ever gone to AmFest, which, by the way, AmFest is like 2 months away. What on earth is going to happen in a post-Charlie Kirk world to AmFest? What is Turning Point without Charlie Kirk? Like, who's the next biggest person at Turning Point?
I've got no idea. But when you ban guns from an area and you advertise this is a gun-free zone, you're ringing the dinner bell.
You are. Yeah, absolutely.
You're telling people like this that there are people here who cannot defend themselves. Go nuts.
Yeah. Soft target is what it announces. 100%. And all these big events, these big conventions, and even right-wing conventions like AmFest, like the big Turning Point USA conferences, are gun-free zones. And they shouldn't be. They absolutely shouldn't be. You know, the first school shooting was the big Texas bell tower, the Austin, Texas bell tower shooter back in the 50s. And what a lot of people don't realize is the reason they finally got that guy is because as soon as he started raining fire down on the citizens, the residents of Austin, Texas, who back then were still Texans, ran out to their trucks, went out to the parking lot. They all had rifles, right? And they started giving return fire to this guy so that eventually he was forced to move to the other side of the bell tower so that the police were able to actually climb up the bell tower because he couldn't see them approach. He had to be paying attention to the other direction. And they were able to climb up and ultimately surprise him and kill him. Charles Whitman, I believe, was that guy's name.
Yeah, I believe that's right.
Soft targets. Difference between a hard target and a soft target. I just did you have any further developments on that? Oh, here we go. Yeah, here's the footage we were referencing. If you don't mind playing this real quick, we will get to. We put out a tweet earlier, soliciting you guys for some of your comments on this and what you're thinking, and so we could just kind of have an informal discussion. Like we said, we didn't really do any prep because there's more than enough to talk about, anyways. This is the purported footage of what appears to be a gunman laying prone on a rooftop in Utah near this campus. I don't know if you can maximize that. Oh, they wind up zooming in. And you can clearly see there is something there.
Yeah.
Which the amount of planning to kill a soft target, a guy who's not even a part of the government, absolute absurdity. The unmitigated evil that would have to go into that forethought. Yep. Clearly. And you can see that one portion of the roof is lowered. The person picked that rooftop for a reason. One portion has like a sunshade facing that side. And the other side is slightly lowered, the lip of the roof, which would allow the barrel of the rifle to protrude, I assume. He picked that rooftop for a reason. Again, if that's the gunman. And then here you can clearly see it was off to the left there. If you want to go back, there you go. Right there against the sky there, skylining against that cloud, is what appears to be the gunman running like a hero.
Right there. Is my cursor seen on screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's right there.
Oh, no, your cursor is not seen now. Never mind. Oh, there you go. There you go. Yep, right there. And go ahead and play. You can see him run. Watch him run. Watch the little bitch run.
Hold on a second. Slow her down. And we don't need to hear it.
Watch him run. Oh, brave, brave soul. There we are. Hero right there. Again, that's assuming this is our gunman. Probably knows somebody observing the whole event who ran like a bitch because he heard gunfire. But
on the roof?
Yeah, seems awfully convenient. And if there was people seated on the roof, there would have been more than one person, right? Observing the event. Because I've done that. You know, observe an event or something from a neighboring rooftop. Yeah, that is... So we're not sure what was going on there. We can speculate, but that's all we really can do at this point until we hear further news. By the way, keep your nose to the ground on that, by the way.
Yeah.
Thank you, number one schmuck. Tony Moon, who I follow on Twitter, as Tony OG Roof Korean Moon said, September 2025 is when everything changed. Hexa, God the Father of heaven, have mercy on us. God the Son, Redeemer of the world, have mercy on us. God the Holy Spirit, have mercy on us. Holy Trinity, one God, have mercy on us. Let us pray. Godspeed. Thank you. Ching Chong, no matter what Tim Pool says, always bet on nothing. Feds have done worse and gotten away with it many, many times. I think what's changed here is public consciousness. Because if a comparatively inoffensive guy who goes to colleges and just debates people is going to get clapped, they'd kill any one of us. Any one of us. No one watching this stream is any less offensive than Charlie Kirk. No one. Taryn's not less offensive. I'm certainly not less offensive, right? If they'd go after him, they'd go after anyone. Discussion over. That's the message here. Discussion over. And of course, what has to be discussed is the rapidly proliferating militaristic, anti-fascistic rhetoric of the left that led to this. As we said, they're on a dimmer switch. That dial has been turned and turned and turned and turned year after year, election cycle after election cycle. And if you call your opponent fascists long enough, it's only going to be so long before people go, what did we do throughout history to fascists? To which I would counterpose, what did we do throughout history to communists? Brandon Herrera says, we might have just witnessed the most significant assassination in this country since MLK Jr. Some people are going to scoff at that comparison because of, all of MLK accomplished and whatever. But in terms of a pop culture impact, in terms of politics anyways, it's somewhat apt. He was well-known, nonviolent, comparatively inoffensive, not objectionable. But anyone who countervails against the mainstream narrative is offensive. That's how we got here. Hunter Dvorak. Join me and RazörForce for a prayer for Irina Zarutska, which is the other story earlier in the week. That one's been talked out quite a bit. But of course, another killing on a light rail on public transit. This is kind of a running thing. And light rail is an element of this that not a lot of people talk about, but it is extremely unsafe. It's a pet project of Democrats, and it attracts violence of the kind that we witnessed this last week. But it's like this whole week was tailor-made for everyone to just say enough is enough.
Shame we're not going to get to a lot of the other stories from this week just because of what's happened today.
Why would we? Why would we? Stay with us. Mo Almighty, hey, Razor, honest question. And I'll put this to Taryn too. Feel free to jump in, bud. Tactical Hobo may join us a little bit later. What do you think the aftermath will look like between this and the light rail murder? I feel like people have had enough and a powder keg is about to blow. Like I said, they better... I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't. What I hope is that people get snapped out of their complacency. Because we're already seeing election results in the sort of runoff elections and whatnot of the right just kind of going, oh, well, Trump's in office. I don't have to care anymore. Really? Watch this footage today. We're not going to play it. I saw it. I'd rather I hadn't. Watch that footage. A matter of indifference still? That could have been you. You are no less offensive than Charlie Kirk was. They would absolutely kill you. One day you could be wearing your MAGA hat. It could happen to you. It is time to look at this world right now and recognize the current moment in which you abide. There's no escape hatch. You have to live here. You have to raise your family here. What are you going to do? Are you going to check out? Are you going to stop caring when it's an off election cycle? Taryn, any thoughts on what do you think is going to happen?
I want to hope for the best. I want to say Trump uses this to accelerate to try to get those asylums back up and running.
Which
Because
we do
God knows we
have.
need those.
Yeah, we do have state hospitals, but the problem with them is they're not treated like asylums. Like if someone has gender dysphoria, they don't get sent to a state hospital. If someone has even chronic suicidal depression, sometimes they don't get sent to a state hospital. So we already have the facilities. It's a matter of sort of redefining the circumstances under which these violent psychopaths get sent to a hospital. I mean, how many crazy, psychopathic girlfriend, ex-boyfriend situations have we seen online? Remember that footage of that crazy psychopathic girlfriend attacking her boyfriend in the elevator at the hotel thing down in Florida? That footage went around the internet a whole bunch, and she was punching right in the head, right in the head, right in the head. And I think later on, didn't she kill him? It was something like that, something crazy like that.
That might have been a separate story, but I can't remember.
I could be conflating two different things, but yeah, like that under normal circumstances in a world where we had asylums or state hospitals that actually function like asylums, that woman does not walk the earth after that footage comes to anybody's attention. That was so I think it's a matter of, it's kind of definitional. I say the same thing about gun control. We don't need any more gun control. We need to redefine that people with gender dysphoria do have a mental illness and shouldn't be able to have a gun. That's it. We already forbid people who have mental illnesses from owning guns. We don't need any additional laws. We need to change the definition whereby, hey, if you have gender dysphoria, you have a mental illness. You can't have a gun.
We have a comment under your thread on Twitter.
Yeah. Go ahead with that.
Iron Will Forge says, Razor, do you think this was just some radical who did this individually, or was it a professional sent to unalive him in front of the world to spark something?
That's tough. Until we hear more and learn more about whoever was on that rooftop, because the rooftop makes me think a little bit more trained. That doesn't necessarily mean a professional. My first thought is one of those like John Brown militia communist Antifa types who do train with firearms a lot.
Yep,
train with sniper rifles a lot, and have some very violent Marxist rhetoric and Antifa rhetoric. And they're sworn enemies of the Charlie Kirks of the world. They do not see them as inoffensive in any way. That'd be my gut feeling. But until we learn more, who knows? The angle from the attack that I saw did look like it was a lateral thing. It didn't look like it was down from below. Did it look that way to you? It looked to me like either it was from above or laterally.
No, it seemed like it was from above. The chart that I have up is pretty accurate from what people can, from what we can tell. It seems to be backed up by that cell phone video that we saw.
Yeah. The university has now. So is this confirmation from the university that the shooter did in fact shoot from the top of the Losi Center?
I believe this is someone's just best guess.
Okay.
People have been you know how the internet is. They've been figuring stuff out from the get-go. Let me see if I have anything else here.
Oops, sorry, I didn't take that away. Thank you, Jonathan English. Godspeed. Normal, man. The Dems have lost all rights to be a political party. In order for the American public to survive, that den of Satan cannot exist as a political party. They and their ghouls in the media need to pay for the rhetoric they spewed, which led to now. Sir Humphrey Carter, that's another thing. The school shooting. Just a few weeks ago. The Catholic school shooting.
Yep.
Sir Humphrey Carter. Between this and the school shooting. By the way, after which Tim Walz, the friend of school shooters, came out and said, because there were rumors about Trump's health. One of these days we're going to wake up and there'll be news about Trump's health. Huh, guys? He said that at the big DNC meet, like 2 weeks after. Classy guy. Between this and the school shooting, almost the vice president of the United States. I believe this is not just an attack on conservatives, but on Christianity. God is king. I believe that is true. And that's kind of true regardless.
And we are kind of skipping over this because, I mean, it honestly got buried.
Mm-hmm.
But he may not be referring to the church school shooting. He may be referring to the one we had today.
Yeah.
From the last I heard, 3 kids were hurt. I don't believe there were any confirmed deaths, but I can look that up here.
3 kids were hurt I thought there was only 1 shot.
I thought well, the last thing I read was 3 were in critical condition. Like I said, let me look it up.
Okay. We're very much still kind of in the fog of war stage, guys. So please understand that as we're relaying this information. Sir Humphrey Carter, thank you, sir. Big K Movies and Games, rest in peace. I hope this doesn't lead to more horror. You and me both, brother. Lance Babcock. I see people saying, if you don't want to get hurt, then don't piss people off. To that I say, wake up, fuckheads. That's what these violent shitheels want for you, to get scared and give up, so only they talk. Well, yeah. Guys, the ratcheting up of this violent rhetoric didn't start until we started pushing back. With words, right? Until the Trump phenomenon happened, they were totally fine letting the Republican Party continue to exist. They demonize them every 4 years as fascists. So they called McCain a Nazi. They called Romney a Nazi, right? But it's all cute and it's all kid gloves and whatever. But boy, you start pushing back and you start winning elections while pushing back. Now suddenly the temperature changes. Funny how that works. They're totally fine with that. They're totally fine. It's kind of like how the devil looks at a carnal church. A church where people walk in and they get a rock band and laser light show and fog machines and a self-help TED Talk seminar instead of a sermon. Devil's not afraid of any church like that. He's happy to let those exist. He doesn't give a crap. They don't necessarily help him, but they're not a threat to him. And in that sense, they are of benefit. Dustin the Grim, so far our side has shown great restraint. I get the feeling that's about to end. Rogan Lightman, Ezekiel 25:17. I've served my country for 30 years. We are living in Idiocracy 84. Did you want to read a few more from that thread? You guys had some great comments over there, and I really don't want to pass those up.
Let's see.
Before you do that, Dr. Admiral says, and thank you for that 99. I'm at a loss for words. I'm genuinely scared what's going to happen to our country. The left actively wants to destroy us, bury us, and silence us. I don't know if we've reached the breaking point or not, but I know that we can't let them succeed in their efforts. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Godspeed, and Godspeed to Charlie Kirk. Austin Harn. So now comes the question, how do we stave off the next civil war? That is a good question. That is a good question. I wish I had the answer. You know, when people feel as if no matter how hard they vote, it's not going to make a difference, that's when you really get into danger territory. Then when you start to couple that with some genuine deprivations, you know, lack of water, lack of electricity, that's usually when you start getting that kind of stuff. Fortunately, we have a lot of the former, but not much of the latter at all. We're all still pretty prosperous. We've still got our lovely little entertainment and electrified delusions and diversions. And I think that's honestly the only thing that's kind of standing between us and absolute bedlam, if you want my honest opinion. Hammer of Subtlety. Charlie Kirk was the guy who tried to talk to the left. That they killed him proves they have no interest in talking and haven't for a long time. Like I said, message was loud and clear after the 2020 election. They weren't interested in discussion. They weren't interested in a lively debate. Discussion over. That's how I ended my video, I believe. I believe that was the last words in that video. You'd be forgiven for forgetting about that post-2020 election video, by the way. It was removed by YouTube, and I got a strike on my channel. Almost lost my whole channel over that. Same thing happened after the 2022 midterms. All those election videos are gone. Which kind of punctuates the gesture, doesn't it? Are the left interested in talking? Are the left interested in debate? I don't know. Go look for my mail-in ballots or BS video from before the 2020 election. Go look at my post-2020 election video. Where are they? Where can you find them? You can find them on BitChute. You can find them on Rumble. Not so much on YouTube. Taryn, did you have a few of those from the thread?
Sure. Let's see. Spiral Squirrel says, hug your kids real tight tonight.
I'm just the family. Like I can't say enough about how heartbroken I am for his family, his young family. I mean, Charlie Kirk was 31, gang. He's 31. I thought he was older than that, by the way. I had no idea.
Yeah, that means in 2016 he was just
fresh off the campus. Yeah. Fresh off the campus, man.
I had no idea.
Mm-hmm. Grundy Peebo, I'm sorry my prayer wasn't enough to save you, but I'll pray for the comfort for your family. Charlie, you are a real one. Godspeed.
Weefy.
Bucket Bot. YouTube won't let me post what I want to say. Suffice it to say, I'm keenly interested in medieval justice systems. Godspeed. You and me both, man. I do not. They catch this guy if they caught him. The cold, clinical hum of the lethal injection machine, I don't think is going to cut it. I'm sorry. I'm not okay with that. It needs to be very public. There needs to be, you want a chilling effect from a public execution, make it public.
Weefy says, where do we go from here? Between the failed assassination attempts on Trump, civilians doing nothing as that poor woman bled out on the train, and now this, I don't want people to spiral, but I frankly don't know where we go from here.
It's almost less about Charlie Kirk in a way. Would you agree with this? It's almost less about Charlie Kirk himself than about the fact that this is basically exactly what was planned to happen to Trump several months ago.
Yeah.
This is how it was supposed to go down, guys. We were going to witness this exact scenario, but with the duly elected president of the United States in 2016, 2024, and make no mistake, 2020 as well. I think that's why it hits so hard. It's like, it's deja vu. It's deja vu. As for what happens next, a lot depends on the gunman. Are we going to get the same old bullshit where, oh, they were a registered Republican, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. They registered Republican in the last election cycle so that they could vote for Nikki Haley in the primaries, right? That whole thing that they do after every shooting now, where we honestly have to pretend this person's GOP. It happens over and over and over again. And we've caught Antifa members, like the Rose City Antifa were caught on camera. They were caught on camera talking about this strategy. Yeah, if you're going to commit any violence, register as Republican first, so that then when you get arrested, the news will get to talk about how you're a Republican and Trump's own supporters hate him. Right? This is an actual strategy that they've been employing for a long, long time. So I do think it matters who it winds up being. And actually, to answer accurately this question every time we get it, I almost have to know that. Would you agree, Taryn? What do you feel is coming next? And how much bearing do you think the identity of the shooter and their political alignment is going to play on how this plays out?
I feel that is, regarding to the latter, I think that's failed every time. They tried it with the last shooter.
Yeah.
They said, oh, once upon a time, they attended a conservative thing. And then it only took a bit of scratching at the surface to find out, oh, this person has been a registered Democrat most of their life.
Yep. Thomas Crooks, same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, their parents were Republican or something for one election cycle, and they were registered right in time for the primaries to vote for Nikki Haley, which, by the way, Nikki Haley and all those accounts, they were bragging about Democrats for Nikki Haley. Remember that? That was a whole trend on Twitter for a while. They tried it before. It never works. I think that spell has been well and truly broken. Grove Clearer. Second time this stinking decade I've had to call out of work due to being stressed out by political nonsense. Pray for Charlie Kirk's family and soul. Godspeed. I'd say it's a little more than political nonsense, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
It goes a little beyond that. Because this guy is literally just a bog standard Republican. That's what Charlie Kirk is. Bog standard Republican. If they'll go after him, they'll go after absolutely anybody. John McCain wouldn't be off limits. Anthony Grudel. When I see leftists on X celebrate this, all I think about is McCarthy's statement on the Communist Party USA's reaction to James Forrestal's death and the mission it sent him on. God rest Charlie Kirk's soul. I should read that. I should read that quote real quick if I can find it. I think I've got that in his book here. If you'll read a few more while I'm hunting for that.
Sure. I'll read a couple more from your thread before we move on to Super Chats. Bildo. This is crazy. I don't know what to say other than I hope someone close to his family can give a big collective hug to those close to him from people that didn't even know him. This sucks. I'm praying for them, and I suck at being Christian, but I meant it when I prayed just now.
Godspeed, brother. It was appropriate. I found the quote. This is the quote when Joe McCarthy heard that James Forrestal had been killed, and he was assassinated. Make no mistake. Joseph McCarthy believed it. JFK believed it. RFK believed it. It was widely believed Forrestal was killed. I mean, the guy jumps out of the 15th story of the Bethesda Naval Hospital, the same place Joe McCarthy died under suspicious circumstances later. But he jumps out of the window, but he had a belt around his neck. He said, Joseph McCarthy said, quote, "While I am not a sentimental man, I was touched deeply and left numb by the news of Forrestal's murder. But I was affected much more deeply when I heard of the communist celebration when they heard of Forrestal's murder." Sound familiar? "On that night, I dedicated part of this fight to Jim Forrestal. I said, Jim, wherever you are, I promise their victory will turn to ashes and dust in their mouth. Thus, I started the public phase of my fight against communism, knowing full well exactly how communists operate," unquote. That was basically the decisive moment where Joe McCarthy decided at that Wheeling, West Virginia speech to list the names of communists and to blow the whistle on communists in the State Department. And of course, I did a whole video on this. Go watch that if you would like more information on that subject. It's called Joseph McCarthy, Martyred by Marxism. Primarch Vulcan, the deranged leftist fagaloons celebrating his death have no idea how much they have just radicalized an entire generation. No shit. Big Mike, say a prayer for Charlie and his family. Say a prayer for this nation. This was painful to watch. He always seemed like a guy you could get along with. Grieve tonight. Tomorrow we fight. Godspeed. Godspeed, sir. Yeah, I know a lot of people. I never met Charlie Kirk, but I know a lot of people in his orbit who work with him regularly. And by all accounts, really down-to-earth, nice guy, I should say, as an Arizonan. The big rumor the last couple of election cycles. And I have a feeling this was pretty close to truth. I think he had ultimately ambitions to run as governor of Arizona. There was talk that he was in that conversation. And I wouldn't have been at all surprised if Andy Biggs had lost this upcoming gubernatorial election if Charlie Kirk's name suddenly was thrown in the ring. That would not have surprised me at all. Nick F. Je suis Charlie. Godspeed. J-Rock. War. Always remember the left shot first multiple times. Matthew Hammond. When is Blue Sky being delisted from app stores? When the app stores aren't owned by the same people that fund Blue Sky. Porch. I am now radicalized and tired of pretending I'm not. Godspeed. Godspeed, sir. Cool friend. Kash Patel needs to be fired. What is his FBI doing? He's letting America down. I do not want to hear, and I will join that chorus with you. I don't know how you feel about this, Taryn, but if I hear he was on our radar one more damn time, I'm done.
It's always... It always happens.
In the aftermath of this, I better hear this guy came out of the blue. We had no idea. He kept everything to himself. His friends and family had no idea. I better hear that or nothing else. Because if I hear, oh, he was on our radar, we were running an op, I do not want to hear a word of it. I don't know how you guys feel, but I am done with that song and dance.
Over in your thread, Critter says Charlie was assassinated because he was effective and made a difference. Everyone in this battle of free speech for our country and culture must not take safety for granted.
Yeah, I mean, we've all gotten death threats. I have. And more than death threats.
Charlie...
Anybody in this space gets them. And if some little pissant like me gets them, there's no way. I'm sure Charlie Kirk, half the reason he was willing to do this event is because if he decided to cancel every event where he got a death threat, he'd never do an event. That's probably what happened.
Charlie will be remembered not for his death, but his accomplishments.
True. One-man band, coexistence is impossible. Arm yourself and train. Do not initiate, but always be ready to respond and ensure you're the one that ends the engagement. Yeah, if you're on the right, you have no excuse to not have the means to defend yourself. You need to acquire those means if you don't have them. Godspeed, bass player. Marussia Dark now cracks a noble heart. Good night, sweet prince, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. Rest in peace, Charlie. Kirk Fickert, when the conversation ends, the violence begins, and the message today is clear. Conversation over. I believe that was how I ended my video. Japanese demon, Lord Abir, Lucifer. I think it's time for Trump to activate the Communist Control Act. We need, whatever happens, that needs to change. How we today have been so indoctrinated and propagandized with decades and decades of public school propaganda that we see communists as a domestic political movement. They were never a domestic political movement. From the very beginning, I recorded a 4-part sermon that CFW Walther did in the Lutheran Church in the late 19th century. And even then, he was aware that the labor unions in the United States of America had begun as organs of foreign communist efforts. Even he was aware of that, and he was just a preacher. That was in the 19th century. By the time the 30s and 40s rolled around, this is one of the reasons McCarthy had sanction to do what he did. Because the Communist Party USA was a foreign-funded entity. I hate to break it to you, they still are. And that spin-off group, what are they called? Communist American Party, or the new one that came out a couple of years ago? That's kind of a replacement for the CPUSA. They're foreign-funded. There's no way they haven't taken Chinese money. China funds every communist effort across the globe because communism prescribes its imposition, its violent imposition, if necessary, across the entire planet. It is impossible to coexist with. And it is not a domestic political movement. It is not, therefore, censorship to refuse them platforms because they are foreign funded. They are agents of a foreign government. It's ridiculous. But we've been so propagandized over the years. You got to wake up and start living in the real world. This is why I made all my videos on communism in Hollywood. The Hollywood Communist Party was funded by Russia. The Communist Party USA today is funded by China. They were funded by the USSR until the fall of the Berlin Wall in the early 90s. Millions of dollars they spent. Big Mike, we mocked the guy, but we loved him as a brother in Christ. We will give those beautiful babies of his the future he was fighting for. So help me God. Godspeed.
And when we get a chance, we do have multiple Rumble rants.
Go for it. Yeah, I know we got a decent number of people over there. Godspeed. And shout out to Styx, by the way, who ushered the clankers our way.
Mercenary X was first. All this just before 9/11. I just did a delivery today, about an hour ago, and the person who came off base to pick up their order literally told me to get supplies ready. I think we're seeing martial law. The engaged few. When men run out of words, they reach for swords. Mercenary X again. The shot was way over 200 yards. It was somewhere around 371 feet. And with a building in the way, this was planned. This was precision. CIA or worse. I doubt CIA. Joden, as a man, if you can't make a 200-yard shot laying down with a rifle, you might as well just trans yourself because you are no man. Did you want to read over this article about the Colorado shooting?
Yeah.
All right.
Because this was one hell of a week, gang.
Let's see. Multiple shot at Colorado High School after student gunman opens fire on classmates. 3 people have been rushed to the hospital in critical condition after they were shot at a Colorado school, police have said. Jefferson County Sheriff's Office said a gunman opened fire just after noon local time at Evergreen High School, located 28 miles southwest of Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Emergency
gun control dystopia, Denver, by the way. Colorado ever since freaking Columbine and the Aurora Dark Knight shooting and everything else. Like, they had tons of gun control even before the Aurora shooting. Now they have even more. If ever there were a patient zero for gun control doesn't work, it is Colorado. They have as much gun control as you could ask for. And they are ground zero for mass shootings.
Don't forget that's also where that entire apartment complex was taken over by a Guatemalan gang.
Yep.
Let's see. The sheriff's office later said that 3 people were transported to the hospital from the high school.
So this is what that super chatter was referring to earlier.
I believe so.
Yeah.
All in critical condition. He said the 3 included the gunman and a 4th juvenile who did not attend the school was also taken to the hospital.
Yeah.
Looks like motives are not clear yet. The incident occurred on school property, but potentially outside of the school. We have a lot of kids that heard it, saw it, indicated that they were shot at, so we have to do a lot of interviews. So they really don't know anything at this moment.
Don't know anything about the gunman or anything like that.
Not yet, it would seem.
They'll scrub that down before they report it to the press, as we all know. Bean, if these people are willing to do that to someone as mild as Charlie, imagine what they do to more staunch right-wingers. No shit, dude. I'm like, can I even go to the corner store, for crying out loud? If Charlie Kirk is too offensive for you, Big Sauce, they drew first blood, not me. Thank you, Michael Hill. Gonna play some Bathory extra loud tonight. Blood, fire, death. Godspeed. Thank you, sir. The crappy robot. I forgive you for the Game of Thrones quote. Oh, man. Godspeed. Marussia Dark Charlie was a Christian above all else. I can confirm at the Amfest, which I did attend last year. They had a full-on, like, I believe on Sunday, they literally shut down the whole event and just had a church service in the middle of Amfest, which I found kind of cool. He would not want violence done in his name. Let our fury be channeled towards good, as he'd have wanted. I agree. I concur. Mysterious Senor Hilter. Charlie Kirk was a moderate, middle-of-the-road, milquetoast conservative, and these lunatics killed him. Right in the middle of a debate, by the way. Everyone's fair game to them now. Everyone. Andy Leary, they don't have a Charlie Kirk, so retribution is going to be that much more difficult. Mark J., rest in peace, Charlie, and may God have mercy on his soul and on our nation. I feel we're headed for even darker times ahead. John 11:25 through 26. Logan Murphy, I've seen some stuff in this connection as well. My prepper network is advising its members to expedite their preps to get out of cities ASAP, expecting political fallout and possibly civil unrest. Rest in peace, Charlie. J-Rock, there's no political solution with the left, not least of which because they crossed the line into committing crimes, stolen elections, attempted assassinations. We're honestly at the point where if we just imposed actual consequences for the violent and illegal acts that they've already committed, we could solve half the problem without even resorting to politics. Once this happenstance, Rand Paul. Yep, they tried to kill Rand Paul, remember? They tried to kill Rand Paul. Twice is coincidence, Steve Scalise. Third time is enemy action. Fourth time is Casus Belli. Godspeed. Hey, would you mind reading a little bit more of the thread? I got a call I got to take.
Absolutely.
Be right back. All right.
And we know that this is all very sudden, guys. We didn't really have anything planned for today. But thank you for joining us. And we will try to read through most of your comments and your, of course, your donations. Reading from Razor's thread that he posted on X. Let's read from the new guy. We should hit on the scripture most applicable in times of trial, persecution, and suffering. To remember where our hope ultimately must lie. God bless the Kirk family. Prayers all around for the country. God guide the future of political discourse in our republic. Let me also get a few of the Rumble rants out of the way. Mercenary X, to those who don't have a gun, remember you still own a car. Head on a swivel. I feared this was coming. I prayed to God every day this wouldn't come. He continues, screenshot everything you see these ghouls post. Document everything and don't let this go. Sky Shrimp, the only thing violent animals understand is violence.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, that was my mother who has done some ministry stuff with Charlie Kirk, actually. And I guess they're having a big kind of worship / memorial for Charlie Kirk here in Phoenix, because he's here every Wednesday, first Wednesday of every month, something like that, at what used to be Phoenix First Assembly Church up in North Phoenix. So that'll be, I think, tonight. They're going to have a worship service and like a memorial to Charlie Kirk. So if anyone's in the Phoenix area and you want to take part in that, it's over at the what today is called Dream City. It's not called Phoenix First Assembly anymore. But anyways, let's see here. Eric the Red, after today, it seems there are two sides, the side of God and the wrong side. Pick your side carefully. Godspeed. All right. Charlie Kirk was the best of us. Now these more Fs get to play with the worst of us. Godspeed, John Hill. Thank you.
I'm just refreshing and
Patrick Lemire, now universities get to say it's too dangerous to let Turning Point USA in. Didn't they already do that though? It's not like he was not welcome on a lot of university campuses.
I was just saying I'm doing a lot of refreshing here about any recent news, and it's apparently nobody knows anything right now.
Yeah. Generalissimo Liberty, I was told I was overreacting. There is this simple fact. I cannot overreact as they kill us. Rest in peace to the front line, Mr. Charlie Kirk. Godspeed, Captain. Cameron Erlin, the tragedy that sunsetted the moderate right. Forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they do. You're about to see a culture shift that comes once every half century. Copperhead Snake, good advice. Buy body armor and carry. I certainly wouldn't appear at any public event without it. Uncle Sheo, I think it's safe to say that after today's tragedy, there's been a permanent vibe shift to American politics. You don't just go back to normal after something like this. Godspeed, I agree. Paolo, that Italian guy, give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Give thanks unto the God of gods, for his mercy endureth forever. Psalm 135. God bless Charlie Kirk, and God bless the USA. God bless you, sir. All right. The Bahamian Rain Man. I know you have mild contempt for the man, but do you think this could bring you and Tim Pool to the table together? I haven't been invited there since I turned them down the third time several years ago. Thoughtsy, Charlie was an honest and earnest servant of Christ who responded accordingly when presented with truth. If there is one ray of light in this, it's that he has his place reserved in the kingdom. Godspeed. The moderate position was just shot dead in broad daylight in front of thousands. That I can't help but feel that. I don't know if you do. It just that's what I feel as soon as I saw it. It was brazen. Just, yeah. It was just the basic bitch Republican position. The most everything they say the GOP should return to, right? Godspeed. Drewby, I may be agnostic, but I say this not in jest. Peace be with you and yours, and peace be with you, sir. The medical mercenary, as a wise man once said, they've gone from ballots to bullets, and make no mistake, this is not over. They will not stop with Charlie. Stay safe, Razor. Godspeed, brother. I hope you all stay safe. Hatchet, we have given them courtesy enough. Indulgence, as I said earlier. Big Amish, please read out Invictus by Henley when you have a moment. Thank you. Charlie is 4 years younger than me. All right. Godspeed, Mark Daly. Josiah Flynn. Godspeed. Bob Marley quote of all things. No guard codesmith. The gun acted alone. Why would a gun do this? Hate to hear that. You want to hit up the thread a little bit more while I'm looking through?
Sure.
So many. Thank you guys for... I mean, like I said, this is going to be more informal, and we just kind of have a discussion on what you guys wanted to talk about, because we're all sort of processing.
Western civilization quotes, the rewards of tolerance are treachery and betrayal. Warhammer 40k quote.
Yakamaru, Reds over here in Norway, that's not a short list, are celebrating this assassination, which is disgusting to say the least. Much love from Norway, Razor Squad. Imagine being such an ignorant retard. You're all the way over in Norway, knowing virtually nothing of Charlie Kirk and having zero firsthand experience with him or his organization, and celebrating his death because of an oblique connection to Trump. That's a special kind of petty and pathetic. Womanly behavior. Feminine energy out the ass. Which explains why I came out of Norway. Jeremy Lorimore. It was always going to get worse before it gets better. This is confirmation they are losing. That is true. That is true.
Did you want me to read a couple more from your thread?
Yes, sir.
We have a familiar face here. Richard Slammer. I'm not going to lie, bro. I'm really worried about a civil war coming down the pike. And none of us are financially prepared in any way, shape, or form. AKA, we don't have firearms, we don't have food to last for months, and we don't have any survival stuff to weather anything like that. I don't think it's going to come to that.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't come to that.
Luckily, I've had that since COVID. I've had my emergency food supply and emergency water supplies and the whole 9 yards. All right.
Matthew Meyer. What solutions are there for this rampant evil? Is there legislation or something that we can do to fix it?
The recognition of the Communist Party USA as a foreign entity and therefore incapable of engaging in political discourse. The recognition of democratic socialists as a foreign entity, and they are foreign funded. I bet if you traced back their books, they're foreign funded. The recognition that someone who adheres to a violent foreign derived ideology such as socialism or democratic socialism is not a member of the body politic of America. Yeah, and some of this will apply to people on the right, Eurotrash right, and I won't lose any sleep over that shit either.
To address a question you asked me earlier, one of the things that desperately needs to happen is back in the 40s, we banned the teaching of fascism in schools. It's time to add communism to that. We're way behind on that.
Yep. Godspeed, Buck Williamson. Brandon Whitley, I put my 20 chat on Rumble because YouTube said no. We are, of course, on Rumble if you run into those kind of censorious problems, as we all do. Subterranean Dweller, those who call you a member of the National Socialist German Workers' Party want you ended. Well, I mean, I talked about this in my 2020 election video and a number of other videos. They can only call you a Nazi and a fascist so long before they start treating you like one, or start treating you like our flagrantly whitewashed public school histories of World War II teach you that we treated fascists and Nazis. Of course, it's not really how fascists were treated. FDR described Mussolini as that pleasant Italian gentleman. Socialists in America had portraits of Mussolini up in their houses. He was beloved. Fascism was beloved. Morgenthau, the architect of the Morgenthau Plan under FDR, famously called fascism a wonder of civic planning. You know, we've whitewashed our history on the extent to which American Democrats were chummy with fascism and Nazism in the early days. But it's only going to be a matter of time after they start calling us that before they start treating us like it.
We have another one here on your thread from Sonic Overdrive.
Yeah.
I don't have any articulate thoughts about this tragedy at this time. All I can say is Stuttering Craig may have been on the money when he said the reaction to this event is on par with 9/11. God rest Charlie Kirk's soul and Godspeed.
It's wild that we're about to observe the anniversary of 9/11. This is a heavy-ass week, folks. This is a heavy-ass week. A lot of illusions were shattered in 1 week. A lot of people, a lot of ostriches who have had their heads buried deep in the sand for the last 10 years since the emergence of the Trump movement. They got a reality check this week. Let's see how many snap out of it. I'm seeing a lot of people snap out of it right now. What about you, Taryn?
A lot of people. I mean, You just have to search on X the word radicalize, and you're going to get a lot of hits.
Lord Nifty, how do we get the DOJ, etc., cleaned of paper tigers and deep state agents and replaced with people who actually opposed this with force and dedication? The sad fact is they're still doing Roto-Rooter on these deep state agencies right now. They're still in the process of that. You saw what was the guy was he at the DOJ or the Department of Homeland Security? I forget what the gay guy with the freaking mustache. And oh, no, he was at DHS. He got freaking purged. They're still in the process of purging these agencies, guys. And you can see how they react when they get purged. Look what happened to RFK Jr. in the last week and a half. Did you see that freaking nonsense? It's an ongoing process. It's an ongoing process. And it's going to be more ongoing because your parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents betrayed you. They allowed the deep state to be established and then to thrive and to become bloated. And every single chance they got to strike down these agencies, they didn't do anything. And so now we have a government within a government. Only the government within the government is not in any way beholden to the public will. None of them are elected. They were appointed administrations ago. They have little fiefdoms in and of themselves. They get to operate like little kings. It's hilarious that the monarchs say, hey, return to the monarchy. It's like, you've already got them. It's the deep state, bro. And you whine about their every action. You've already got your monarchy. Hosep, this is how they treat moderates who want to talk to them. Act accordingly. Protect yourselves, guys. There is officially no excuse for not having the means to protect yourself. Train and use firearms responsibly, but it is time to have the means to protect yourself at least. Panzer Grenadier, Confucius once said that when a man embarks on a journey of revenge, he should dig 2 graves. Diamond Head says to dig 27. Great band. Mysterious Senor Hilter. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. I unfortunately did too. Monarch DC getting real sick of Dems on Facebook just referencing his gun views right now for no reason. It's a gun-free zone. If you can't control a shooting on a gun-free zone, does this not disprove their entire gun control hypothesis? Thank you, Timothy Till. Says, I needed to hear this. I assume he's referring to our opening remarks. Vesudian guy, the man didn't deserve this. No, and neither did his family. My deepest condolences go out to his wife and children. Man, a very young family now without a father.
Yeah.
Reform Sauron. I'm hoping grandparents kick in, rally around. I'm sure they will. But prayers up for the entire Kirk family. Reform Sauron. The Dems booed a call for a moment of silence for him in Congress.
Yeah, I saw that.
I bet. The Sudian guy, the man didn't deserve this. My deepest condolences. Sorry, I already read that one. Nintendo Wii. I'm angry at the Democrats for spreading this rhetoric. I'm angrier at the GOP for sitting on their hands saying, well, nothing we can do about it. Jurassic Templar. With Kirk Garn, we are on the road to a Columbia-style conflict between the U.S. government, lefties, and righties, if we're not already there. Yeah, look that Colombian Civil War up sometime. Godspeed. Dirty Bald Knobber. That's one heck of a name. Big Swingin' Rich, thank you for that. And Godspeed to you.
We have some breaking news from the president himself. When you, if you want to go ahead and read this one first.
Yes, sir. Let's see it. Breaking news. Let's see. Oh, he made remarks. Okay, let's. Oh, hold on. Pause. Go back to the beginning. I have to turn the sound on.
Oh, sound wasn't on. Okay.
Oh, you muted it yourself.
Oh, I did. Hold on 1 second.
Unmute it.
There we go.
All right.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
All right. So comments from Trump there. How do you feel about that? He was pretty unblinking on pointing the finger at the radicalization of leftist rhetoric, which is that's the front line. That's the front line here, people. You cannot have CNN have guests on that unironically call half the country Nazis. You can't have Joe Biden's shambling arch-lich ass stand up in front of his Emperor Palpatine podium and call half the country domestic terrorists. You can't do that and still have a country. You can't. You can't do that and still have a legitimate government.
It was well worded, and he was very correct. This has been going on for almost a decade now of just Nazi this, Hitler that. This was, like I said before, this was always going to happen.
Yep. Islander of Pens, I'd like to thank the less reaction to today for radicalizing me. The lack of the usual right side calls for calm tells me I'm not the only one. The dark times I fear are no longer ahead of us. Go to the gym and train. Sir Yubi-san, demons won't win. God's word will always have the final say, won't it always? Phoenix, it's not just the influencers, the journalists, the random assholes on Blue Sky and Twitter, and deep blue people being disgusting. It's all of them. Sounds like it, Mo Almighty. Did I just hear Trump slam down the hammer? I would love for Antifa to be formally designated a terrorist organization, and anyone who has funded them. And that's the thing. Antifa has been funded by some very legitimate Democrat organizations. Godspeed, Bumcrack Jones. Ripoff Productions LLC. My grandparents' reaction to the news was such, I didn't know folks our age could be that crazy. Of course he's crazy, Carol. He's a leftist. All leftists are crazy. Well, we're not sure that's the guy. I think that guy got released, right?
Yes. Last I read, he was released, and a second suspect was also released. So as of right now, they still haven't caught him.
If they've caught them, they just haven't released the info. We don't know. The Southern Gentleman, are we standing upon the precipice of a boogaloo? I still, I'll throw it to Taryn first. What do you think?
Are we on the precipice of a boogaloo? I'd say if this
We're certainly
happened,
like 2 minutes to midnight, right?
If this happened and Trump wasn't president, then yes. But with him in office, I think he's got this. This is tough times, but I think he's got this.
Yeah. I think we're definitely in the danger zone. But what's mitigating against that a little bit is the creature comforts that we still possess that keep us distracted, that keep us diverted. The fact that the news cycle moves at 1,000,000 miles a minute, those things are all a bit of a bulwark against a boogaloo. And until some or all of those cease to be the case, I don't think you're right on the precipice of it. No, we're a lot closer than we should be, though. That's for sure. Rock and Null, I predicted this, not specifically Charlie, but violence against us in general. They think we're mini mustache incarnate. They celebrate it. Oh, gosh. You remember during the Summer of Love, the footage of that guy getting ripped out of his car and beaten by a black mob for no reason other than he just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time? Remember that shit? I haven't forgotten those images. I haven't forgotten David Dorn. I think I called him Michael Dorn earlier, but that's just my Star Trek brain. But I mean, I haven't forgotten any of that, and you best not forget it either. If you kept that foremost in your mind, what happened today, sadly, would be a little bit less surprising. I've seen something like this coming ever since the Summer of Love, because that seething hatred for fully one half of the country didn't go anywhere, and it even got fomented. And some of the candidates that the Democrats are putting up for the following election cycle are some of the people who most vociferously put forward that rhetoric and invective. Names like AOC, Mamdani. These are the people they're putting up. Make them run these people. Make them stand behind their record. Godspeed, Normal Man. 4Chanimal said they got the shooter. That was a while ago. I don't think that's true. All right. Koikitsu. Razor history repeats itself, I fear. Do you think this will be a Harper's Ferry moment? Not the thing that starts it, but the first step towards the dangerous future? If we wind up in a boogaloo, this will definitely be considered one of the big flashpoints. This will be considered the big Franz Ferdinand moment, for sure. How do you feel about that, Taryn?
It's It's already been pointed out, but it's too ironic and too perfect to not point out. It's literally a turning point.
Silent Crow, we made too many compromises already, too many retreats. They invade our schools and we fall back. They brainwash and spew propaganda and we fall back. Not again. The line must be drawn here. This far, no farther. Godspeed.
And I will make them pay for what they've done.
This is kind of a different version of the same question, so we kind of answered this. I think if it winds up creating a Boogaloo situation, this will be the flashpoint that we look back on. Gil, never forget, Charlie was the most milquetoast conservative with the least extreme views. Let that sink in. Yeah, I mean, if he's on the menu, who's not? Shapiro, Glenn Beck, Sean Hannity. They would have, dude, there were leftists back in the 90s who would have loved to kill Rush Limbaugh. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. It just hadn't been normalized as much to call anybody on the right a Nazi. Christopher Standish, I'll stay off the internet this weekend. Don't blame you. Hold your loved ones close. Pray for justice. Pay attention. Taryn, keep up with the news and stuff. And if something pops up, be sure to put it on screen and I'll bring it up.
Absolutely. Let me read a couple of more Rumble rants
Gustavo
before.
Okay, I don't want to read that out just in case it's incorrect, but they're saying there's a name now for for a possible suspect. Connor, death is their God. They speak him into our world every day. They worship him in their minds. They see him in every mirror. He's made a cathedral inside of them. Their offerings are eternal and will never cease. Yeah, it's sad that Charlie didn't survive the attack. Godspeed, Jake Martin. The left arm is necrotic from rainbow skin tone communism. Prepare for surgery. We can no longer tolerate the normalization of the American right being called fascists, and we can no longer tolerate the normalization of communistic and socialistic policies as democratic. That stops. That stops.
100%.
And that's kind of what I heard in Trump's remarks tonight. Patriot Text, thank you, Razor, for hosting tonight. I'm raw and hurting tonight. I'm done tolerating the left's bullshit. This must end now. That conservative switch is going to get flipped over this, I believe. Rest in peace, Charlie. A great man. Godspeed, Tex. Anthony Grande, how do we get these evil leftists out and prevent tragedies like this from happening again? Trump suggested some of the methods we might employ. When something is a terrorist organization, treat it like a terrorist organization. Because if nothing else, yeah, they will not cease to exist, but it severely impacts their funding base. And the more you impact their funding base, the less likely you are to see something like this. Blast Radius. Only losers and cowards end people because they cannot defeat an idea or debate. So what do leftists do? They crash out and end the person they cannot defeat intellectually. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. ICAST Knife, greatest psyop they pulled on us is dismissing any call for demonstrations or even violence as Fed posting or being a glowy. The right is completely paralyzed by it, and it's why it won't stop. I disagree. I hold with what I said earlier. The right will do all of those things, but it's not a dimmer switch. It's a flipper switch. We go from near comatose to DEFCON 4 or whatever, right off the bat, or DEFCON 1. I forget which way that scale slides. You flip the switch and the right goes into action. It doesn't work like the left where it's a steady. What do I talk? Shoot, we're about to put up a video sometime this week. I'm waiting on my archives to get approved by copyright. But we're about to put out a little clip from a podcast earlier this year where I was talking about incrementalism and how it's basically the religion of the left. bit by bit, degree by degree, boiling the frog. And this is how they radicalize their own side, too. It's slowly turning the dial and acclimating them to the higher temperature over time. It's systematic. Yvonne Valenta, I think the fact that Trump's assassination didn't pan out caused a lot of people to not take this seriously. I know I did. Now a man has died a gruesome death simply for espousing a milquetoast conservative view. Hideous. Couldn't agree more, brother. Amen. Paul, he was a huge part of the future of the conservative movement. 31. Could have been president. Like I said, there was talk here in Arizona, and I know people in the AZ GOP. His name was thrown around for governor here in Arizona, and we could have used him. So much for that. I just wonder who's going to take up the mantle of Turning Point USA now, because he was the front man. He was the guy. Eben Crow, I'm slightly older than Charlie, and I have a daughter who likewise is slightly older than his daughter. This hit too close to home. I pray his children never see his final moments. One tall order. There's new footage of someone being arrested with a rifle, but it's clearly a break-open pellet gun. Don't think they have the right guy yet.
That may be the second suspect that they let go.
We've heard a number of people have been released. Marcus, as a guy from the UK, prayers to all you Americans for this tragic event. Charlie Kirk didn't deserve such a fate. This better wake the masses up. I think we're all praying for that at this juncture.
Over on your thread, Hardcore Bunny says, keep strapped, Razor. Don't get caught off guard.
Yeah. Godspeed. Duranius, I'm sure Charlie's family will be cared for, but what they needed most was a father and a husband. Rest in peace, Charlie. God bless the Kirk family. Godspeed. Blast Radius, I love the Democrats' sickening reactions in response on TV and social. The more they open their mouths about this, the less credibility they have, and the more they lose power in elections. I would say the momentum had shifted in the less favor in this election cycle. Boy, this stops that dead. It stops it dead. I think it was just earlier today we were getting some of the early vote totals, and they looked pretty good for Democrats. I don't think that continues. Not that we would never have asked for this to have happened to bring about that eventuality, but man, the lunatic left cannot get out of their own way, can they?
No. They keep tripping themselves up, whether it's someone like AOC shooting their mouth off, saying some dumb shit that they think will make them popular. Let's
Rom
see.
25, police seem to be afraid of roofs these days. Thin blue line, my ass, right? Rafael Diaz, young conservatives in Brazil are devastated. He was one of the inspirations of the new conservative movement here. Rest in peace, Charlie, and Godspeed, guys. This night is heavy, and we all need some light. I think we all do, brother. There's another reported suspect. I won't read it out because we're not sure if that's accurate, but thank you for keeping us up to date. What's that article you brought up, by the way?
That is the Fox timeline thus far.
Okay, well, maybe we should go over that before we, if you want to go over that. This will help us kind of summarize exactly what happened and how we got to this place. All right?
So it starts out with Utah Valley University official says a suspected shooter was in a nearby building. We saw the map of that earlier. Yeah, about 200 yards from the tent where he was speaking.
Yeah.
So the shooter had a clear shot.
Mm-hmm. Keep going. I'll be right back.
Of course. The vice president, then later, this was 5 hours ago, the vice president urged prayer for Charlie Kirk. Say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and young father. Few minutes later, the FBI sends agents after Charlie Kirk was shot at Utah Valley University. We are closely monitoring reports of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at the Utah Valley University, said Kash Patel. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response and investigation.
And look who's joining us. Hello, Tactical Hobo.
Greetings. Wish it were under better circumstances.
How'd you find out about this? We were going over this a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I listened to a little bit of the stream earlier, but I've been stuck at work. I saw on X, just in between working and crap, I check it occasionally, you know. So I usually find out a little bit later than everyone else. But yeah, I just saw like prayers for Charlie Kirk, and I was like, oh man, what happened?
Lunacy. We've been getting the question we've been getting all night. What the hell happens next? What happens next? Do you think we're 2 minutes to midnight on a boogaloo here? What do we even do? If someone is inoffensive and boilerplate a conservative as Charlie Kirk is too offensive to the shit-smeared nostrils of the socialistic left, what on earth chance does anyone else have? Who is not offensive to him? Mitt Romney? Who?
Right.
If they'll even wing a shot at someone like Charlie Kirk, let alone murder him in cold blood in front of an audience, who won't? Any of us are on the menu. Any one of us. Anybody sitting here on this podcast right now is infinitely more offensive to the left than Charlie Kirk.
Right.
So where do you think this goes, bro? What have you been thinking this whole time?
That could have just as easily been, you know, I know he goes to campuses, which are, of course, a hotbed of leftism, but like it could have been
Milo. This could have been Milo. It could have been Ben Shapiro. It could have been Nick Fuentes. It could have been anybody.
Yeah, exactly. I think people are going to be becoming a lot more aware of their surroundings. You're going to see gun sales are going to skyrocket probably after this again. Yeah, who knows exactly where it goes, man. It's been quite a long time since we had a assassination of this level, really, you know.
This is the thing I was struck by. I don't know if you thought about this. We've been talking about it all night. This is basically what they plan to do to Trump. That's why it hits so hard, I think, is because we basically just witnessed a soft target version of what Thomas Crooks or whoever shot at Trump had planned for the president of the United States a few months ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And they wanted that to be all over YouTube and live TV and everything. Because that was the only like actual rally CNN covered, correct? Very suspiciously. So
Very suspiciously.
Of course, this one was being live streamed, right? So it was like right on the live stream for everyone to see, the whole world to see.
Yeah. And I normally watch a lot of those Turning Point live streams. Today I did not. Strangely enough. That is wild. Gunther Herman puts it well. If they thought Charlie Kirk was too extreme and deserved to die, imagine what they think of you, what they think of us.
Well, they tell us all the time what they think of us, to be fair.
Yeah, fascists. They call us fascists. And what do our whitewashed and propagandized high school histories tell us that we did to fascists? They don't tell us about the period before the war where FDR basically worshipped Mussolini and Hitler. But they do talk about how we shot at fascists and Nazis. They emphasize that part of the history text.
Right. Well, you can use that like as an excuse to kill anyone you don't like, right? Because therefore, if you dehumanize them by calling them a Nazi, then you can kill anyone you want because anyone you say is a Nazi, right?
And of course, that logic applies to them. What did we do to communists during the Cold War?
Right. Exactly.
Right.
So it's not a good situation, really. I mean, either way, it's just like there's no good way to move forward from this, really, you know, no matter how it works out.
No, it's a turd in the swimming pool of the body politic for certain. Lazarus Long, the left is in its death throes, and thus they are at their most dangerous. That's well put. Does that accord with your summary of the situation?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
A cornered animal is when it's most dangerous.
Like I said in my post-2020 election thing, if they were not desperate and they were not dying, they wouldn't have had to steal the 2020 election. They wouldn't have had to do what they did in 2018 and 2022. And make no mistake, those elections were fortified too. So was 2024, by the way. So was 2024. We just outvoted them. Matt Robertson, never forget it's the same party preaching gun control, celebrating shooting kids at a church, and those who publicly speak against their immoral acts. Can't super hear check rumbles. I don't know what that means. King Fire, the left wanted this. They're going to wish they didn't. Technical difficulties. The stabbing of the Ukrainian girl on the train is also worth talking about. We've talked about that a little bit. Let's get Hobo's appraisal on that real quick, because that's two things that we love to talk about and have talked about on the offensive. The ongoing urban Democrat city violence and light rail violence, light rail system violence, which is, it's those two things colliding. And by the way, we're talking about COVID in 2020. There was that famous like public execution style shooting at the Baltimore light rail station during COVID. Light rails are just magnets for this kind of putrid, disgusting, just dregs of humanity, murdering and raping people and committing sexual assaults and every other thing. How did that news hit you?
Yeah, man, it's like that, and then this just a few days later, it's just like, ugh. And both of those videos are real rough to watch, man. Like, I watched both of them, and you're just like, damn. Everyone was already feeling shitty after seeing that, light rail thing. And man, I used to take that. I've told you, I used to take the light rail to work, actually. Yeah. And I'm like a relatively big dude, so even I'm like paying attention to my surroundings and everything, like because it's just like, dude, there are all sorts of like schizos on the freaking light rail. I mean, I swear, I never had a problem, but like you could tell, like anytime you look around, there's at least one schizo per train car, who's like muttering to themselves and like freaking rocking back and forth or something. And you're like, man, this guy is not all there. I swear, you go on any public transit in the entire United States and you're going to see the exact same thing.
Oh, yeah. And of course, the thing that we had talked about before. So Phoenix got a light rail that was completed in 2015. And by 2017, the first crime statistics started to roll out on that. You remember some of those numbers? Along the light rail route, which was initially installed, I think it terminated at 19th Avenue in Dunlap or Peoria, somewhere thereabouts. I think that's where the station was. Right around the place where like you turn off for Metro Center Mall, right?
Yeah.
And they said that by 2017, it was estimated 911 calls along the light rail route in Phoenix had increased between 40 to 80%. People were just getting off the light rail, burglarizing homes, sexually assaulting people, murdering people, attacking people, getting back on the light rail and going back to their hobo town. And it's stayed that way ever since. And there's not one exception in the United States where a light rail has been installed. The deadliest of them all is where, surprise, surprise, Minneapolis, where the crime rates spiked along its route in Minneapolis. And Democrats love it. They absolutely love light rail because they're in bed with the corporate interests that build the light rail. There's not one that makes money. They all lose millions every single year. They're magnets for crime and murder and sexual assault. They spike 911 calls all wherever they go. And of course, the repulsive part is the entire state gets to vote on whether or not you're going to have one. But the people who live next to it, who have to live with the consequences of it, they get drowned out by everybody else. Because if you're off in Apache Junction or something and you're never going to be anywhere near the light rail, you don't care. You just think it's neat that your town will have a trolley. You don't have to live with, heroin addicts shooting up in full view of school children at an intersection, which, by the way, I witnessed one time. You don't have to live with that. Disgusting. Anyways, Cal, I pray for justice because I fear what comes next if not. Gray Soul, done cowering before the left. Done. I concur. You want to continue with that timeline real quick, Darren?
Absolutely.
We're just going to kind of recap in case Hobo 2 was not apprised of everything that happened in order.
Where did I leave off? Let's see. Kash Patel was speaking. We are closely monitoring reports of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, said Kash Patel. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response and investigation. Let's see. The Secretary Christy Nome also chimed in. Brian and I are lifting up Charlie, Erica, and their family in our prayers right now. This was 5 hours ago.
Right.
The Attorney General, Pam Bondi, also had this to say. FBI and ATF agents are on the scene. Pray for Charlie.
God grief.
It's amazing how fast all of this happens.
It did, yeah. I caught wind of it right after it had happened, strangely enough. You wouldn't think Facebook would be on it that quick, but... Oh, good grief.
Governor Cox also chimed in. I'm being briefed by law enforcement following the violence directed at Charlie Kirk during his visit to Utah Valley University today. We will continue to share updates. Those responsible will be held fully accountable. Violence has no place in our public life.
And that some people were kind of surprised. Oh, Utah, red state Utah gang, especially on a university campus. I think there was that hidden camera thing, Project Veritas, about the Utah Antifa a while back. Like, guys, it's Utah. If you're surprised this happened in Utah, you haven't been to Utah in a while. It's not what you think.
Then 4 hours ago, we finally get word Charlie Kirk has died after the shooting. And the president, we already spoke about that. He had that post on Truth Social. Sorry, this is website's just jumping around. Police going building to building, clearing the university campus.
Give me a timestamp on that one.
4 hours ago.
So over an hour after the event.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about with your gun-free zone gang. This is what I'm talking. That's how long it took them to mobilize a building by building search. That's repugnant.
And I did hear later on that there were plainclothes officers taking place there. So they had their own security, unarmed security.
Yeah.
But they also had a couple of plainclothes police, which I believe is why they were able to respond even as fast as they did.
Right.
J.D. Vance also chimed in after his death. Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord. The campus police ask students to call hotline for escort to evacuate safely. And
that's a lot of people to evacuate too.
A lot. I'm not sure if you saw the crowds, but there were at least 1,000 people there.
Right.
Then President Donald Trump orders flags at half staff.
And of course, he delivered remarks, which we watched right before you got here, Hobo. He did record a video, which he released on his social media accounts and presumably aired on all the Paleolithic news networks.
Manhunt underway.
The widespread suspicion is Charlie Kirk was basically dead before he even got to the hospital. Like, he was probably on a ventilator or something. They probably tried to do something, but he was pretty much done before he even got to the hospital.
Yeah.
Because it was a rifle round, apparently.
Hobo, you said you just found out. I would do yourself a favor. Don't look up any of the videos that are being.
He already saw it.
I already
He
did.
said-
Oh, you already did. Sorry, I had
Yeah.
to walk away there for a bit and go
Well,
to the bathroom.
the thing that I saw said, "Do not warning before you play this video," and of course, it just auto played on my phone. So I was like,
Oh, nice.
yeah,
Don't you
but
love that?
whatever. I mean, yeah, it looked like he got shot in like the throat. I mean, it wasn't
Yeah.
good.
Manhunt began 4 hours ago. Then, of course, Biden, or whoever runs Biden's account, pitched in. There is no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones. Very sweet of him.
The real dude, Kirk might have been a vanilla conservative, but he created community for young conservatives, making him extremely dangerous for the left. He was very politically consequential in terms of mobilizing Zoomers, for sure. I know a number of people of that generation who do a lot of work with Turning Point and stuff. He was very, very consequential in that connection. It's a huge loss. Now, I understand it's a big organization. I'm sure the wheels are still in motion on that, but man, without a figurehead like Charlie Kirk, somebody really, it's time for somebody in that organization to really step up and fill some big shoes.
Continuing. Barack Obama.
Cell phone, smartphone, how can we help the Kirk family? I wish I knew. Right now, the best is prayer. I don't have any links for you. I don't know. I mean, they're very well off. I don't know that they need money, but
President Obama chimed in. We don't yet know what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk. Oh, really? But this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. Michelle and I will be praying for Charlie's family tonight, especially his wife Erica and their 2 young children. Then 3 hours ago, Homeland Security Investigations sends agents to location of the assassination. So Homeland Security is now involved.
Interesting. Homeland Security.
The FBI and ATF are already there. Fuck, let's get everyone involved.
I guess. That's odd, though. Why would Homeland Security be there? Oh, maybe it's what we were saying. Maybe Trump is taking this seriously as a domestic terrorist group. And if they are a terrorist group, then you would send in Homeland Security, wouldn't you?
It does make sense.
Nigel Farage, who I know had met Charlie Kirk many times.
Many of the European leaders have reacted. Nigel Farage has said, "This is a very dark day for American democracy. I am desperately sad for Charlie, his wife, and children." Prime Minister Boris Johnson, former Prime Minister,
yeah.
he has been killed because he had the courage to stand up publicly for reasonable opinions held by millions and millions of ordinary people, both in the U.S. and Britain. The world has a shining new martyr to free speech.
Yep.
The Italian Prime Minister has also said she is shocked by the tragedy. "I am shocked by the news of the killing of Charlie Kirk, a young and followed Republican activist.
Mm-hmm.
An atrocious murder, a deep wound for democracy, and for those who believe in freedom. My condolences to his family, to his loved ones, and to the American conservative community," she concluded. And of course, everyone's favorite Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, or as I like to call him, Starmer, says, "My thoughts this evening are with the loved ones of Charlie Kirk. It is heartbreaking that a young family has been robbed of a father and husband. We must all be free to debate openly and freely without fear. There can be no justification for political violence." Free to debate openly and freely without fear. That's...
Yeah.
That's sweet.
Unless, of course, they post something not even saucy on social media, then you'll arrest them, right?
Or draw back
the
page.
text vet. I won't read out the exact text because it's a little graphic, but it sounds like the text vet is a text vet. It sounds like he is a veteran, and so he would know this. And he basically says that the biological response that he saw in the video indicates that Charlie Kirk wouldn't have even felt any pain, that it would have been pretty much instant, and that was pretty much it. And I could believe that based on the footage that I saw. And thank you for weighing in there. I'm sorry I'm not putting your chat on screen, but thank you for that. Brandon Martin. I'm a run-of-the-mill left-leaning voter who is a fan. It's going to be rough watching the Democratic establishment pretending to care about this when they clearly don't. Never give up, RazörForce. Thank you, sir. Godspeed. S. Wheatley. When our side snaps back, it will not be good for anyone. It will be much more than burning down national hamburger chain. Be careful what you wish for. Godspeed and keep your heads. By the way, Google sucks. It sure does.
Let me read a few more of these Rumble rants. We're falling behind.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
The only thing
I'm gonna be putting a few of these on screen for you guys. I'm not gonna be reading all of them out, but they will be on screen, so you'll see your chat there.
Legarticus over on Rumble. I'm heartsick and have no words, except for a slew of curses and epithets that would make the most jaded sailor blush, directed towards MSNBC and their ghoulish personalities for the crap they pulled today.
Dude, MSNBC's reaction was, putrid. Did you see some of it?
A participant in the crowd may have fired off a gun in celebration and hit
He may have been
Charlie Kirk.
killed by one of his own supporters who was just firing a gun off.
Sky Shrimp. The death penalty isn't used enough in this day and age. Prison isn't for rehabilitation. It's a punishment for evil people. Sometimes prison isn't enough.
Intrinsic Dark, mark my words, this is a straw that breaks the proverbial camel's back. Reds need to go now.
Sky Shrimp continues, and we need to stop using lethal injection for executions. The rope, the chair, the wall, and the headsman's axe need to be brought back. It's cheaper and quicker.
I'll do this, bitch, with jumper cables, a battery, and a bucket of water. Step aside. Evan Valenta. Remember Aaron Danielson. Thank you, sir.
Hell Knight. At what point do we finally recognize we're at war and start fighting back? They obviously want bloodshed. Kuda. Hopefully Trump doesn't get suckered into gun control bandwagon. That would be a huge red flag.
St. Sumerian, Utah Mormon here. I live 10 minutes from UVU. You are right, Razor. Cultural Marxists have been after Utah for a while. Long battle ahead of us. True.
Edgework. I hope this informs about the direction this is going. My politically asleep 62-year-old mother sent me a text. That's how I heard about Utah today.
Yeah, when I'm getting phone calls from my mom and stuff, you know this is big bloody murder headlines, literally. This is a big deal here. The Grizzly, I'm going to say this to all my conservative and Christian brothers and sisters right now. Get a CCL. It doesn't apply to just conservative Christians. The left believes all followers are enemies.
Brandon Whitley, thank you for the 20. The noise by the Dems today at the moment of silence was, to me, as loud as the gunshot itself. Share it. They need to see who they are voting for. Maybe.
Why don't you look that up?
Yeah,
Could you look that up and bring that on screen so we can watch? Because I'm hearing about. You're telling me now for the first time. I heard about this for the first time on air today. And thank you to all of you who have joined us, an appallingly large number of people. I know a lot of you guys are just trying to work through this just like we are. I hope we've been of some kind of help in that connection. Mr. Bandito, a buddy of mine thought me mocking terrorists in the Middle East getting BTFO'd by an AC-130 gunship is the same as people on Blue Sky mocking Kirk's death. Oh, yeah, it's the same as murdering a husband and father in cold blood on a college campus. All right. You mean Somalia? Yes, of course. Stephen, Modern MBA, did a wonderful video on the gross corruption in American light rail. I'm going to have to look that up. Thank you. Thank you for the recommendation on that. Thank you, Copper Owl. Crash 6674. If there's a civil war, one, the left organizations are much better organized. They already have communications avenues with how they run their AstroTurf protests. They're much less better armed and trained, however. And they don't have control of the government right now. They have they have a rapidly slipping control of some deep state institutions, but that's it. And that's a major disadvantage. I'd also add they don't live in any regions that produce food or natural resources for that matter. They're all centered in these major urban cities that become giant concrete coffins in a boogaloo scenario. You know who talked about this quite a bit before his death? Shout out to him. The great Paul Harrell did a number of Teotihuacan shit hit the fan videos about like what would happen in a crazy scenario like that. And they're brilliant and prophetic. And I think they'll set you straight on a few of those details, though. The light rail in San Diego was expanded to colleges and actually made assaults worse than ever. They attack the dorms now. Of course they do. Of course they do. Bugs 5654. I'm thinking the correct response is to stuff Attorney General's inboxes full of evidence of leftist incitement and guilting prosecutions. Thoughts? Hobo, what do you think of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you have anything that they can use, you know, to indict these people, absolutely submit it.
Yeah. Okay, I have found the video. It's kind of quiet, but
is it on Twitter?
Yeah, I can turn it up a bit.
Okay. What we're about to watch is Democrats booing the idea of a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk, a young husband and father murdered in his prime by one of their voters, most likely. Of course, we don't know that yet. We don't know that. Did you mute? You did mute your,
Damn.
muted
Well,
the screen.
You didn't miss anything. 1 second. There we go.
There you go.
Let's wait a minute. Wait a minute. The House will be in order. 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 We will join prayer right after this, okay? The chair lays before the House a communication. The House will be in order.
It's women, too. I don't want to be that guy.
Oh, yeah, you can hear them. You can hear them. It's women. There it is. Can't hear it clearly because they don't have great house mics there, but you can clearly tell there's some shrill women booing and haranguing. Gosh, I wonder who they are. I'm sure they're not.
Like it's an overweight black woman.
Oh, I'm sure it's not a Hispanic congresswoman from New York.
Let's see.
Buffalo Larry, this hurts so bad. I grew up on Crowder, Shapiro, and Kirk. Watching such a normal guy losing his life because he dared to speak out and hold an open discussion. I cried watching the video on my break at work. I don't blame you, brother. Godspeed.
Commander Wolf, thank you for the 20. With this unjustifiable act, any "oh, but my free speech" argument, they try, or could say, they just cast it into the sea.
Siggy, I propose the Kirk Act. Charges for calls of 2 violence and hate crime charges added to anyone for political views. This would also strip safe harbor provisions from SM companies and make them liable. Light of the Even Star. He was murdered because he was effective at starting conversations and getting people to think for themselves. His fight is over, so it's up to the rest of us to pick up his mantle. Godspeed. Be of good courage. Prayers to his family, indeed. Androck of Ashen Wings. Interesting. Hey, Razor, just got off the phone with my grandfather who lived through the JFK assassination and its fallout. He said Charlie's death has filled him with an even bigger sense of dread than that did. Probably because the political connotations were a little more known. It wasn't until later that we learned there were communist, Soviet inclinations and possibly deep state connotations to the killing of JFK. That came out later. This is, why would you take a shot at Charlie Kirk for a non-political reason, right? For a non-socio-political reason. There's literally no non-political reason to kill him. So it is known that this is politics. Reverend Brandon War. Demons, every one of them. I can feel the righteous indignation boiling in me. Embrace the spirit of Dr. Luther. Godspeed. we need the Martin Luther insult generator at a time like this. Big G, mainstream media. When a conservative shoots, blame conservatives. When a liberal shoots, blame guns. That does tend to be the playbook, rather. Tim Dolick, Razor for Arizona governor. No one would survive. El DeGusto, Utah still does firing squad executions. Oh, really now? Also, I pray Scott Pressler will be okay. He achieved so much through leadership, rhetoric, example, and civic mindedness.
We do have to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk was a very effective representative of the right. Scott Pressler's out there in the open all the time. No guards, nothing.
Yeah.
And he won us Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%.
100%.
And Charlie Kirk fundamentally is an organizer at the end of the, like, that's really what his cause célèbre has been. Terwalks to the left don't want to have an open debate. Well, would you look at the time? It's Deus Volta Clock. Ika Pike, witnessing ghouls be made up by people I considered friends for years. They don't realize the mistake this is and most likely gave Vance or whoever 2028. And we already went over the numbers last week about the midterms in 2026, which do not look good for Democrats. If they look bad before, my goodness. Nesquick, I've heard some fear that Charlie's death would permanently impair youth outreach, threatening the direction of Gen Z in politics. I disagree vehemently, but what is your take? If Turning Point's a well-oiled machine. I think they'll continue doing their outreach. But I am not going to lie. Without the charismatic figure of Charlie Kirk out front to be kind of the main attraction for a lot of these events, you know, his debate moments and stuff, those clips that go viral all the time, they're going to be hurting unless somebody equally as charismatic can take his place. And those people do not grow on trees, man. They don't grow on trees. That's why I was saying earlier, like, who takes his place? Who's the next in line? I know I know they got good leadership committees. They got a good organization over there. I know people who do work with Turning Point. Hitman GFX, the right has a switch, the left has a dial, and the switch got flipped. What a perfect description of today. Godspeed. Tom Araya scream. See, Stryker, we can no better coexist with Marxists than a dog can peaceably coexist with parasites clogging his heart. See, Stryker, a woman lost her husband. His parents lost their son, and 2 kids lost their father because some weak, pathetic cretin didn't like what he said. Because that's the way. Godspeed. Bushin Ryukat, a student, was addressing Kirk moments before he was shot. I heard about this. The kid's question: what do you think of the mass shootings in America? Was he held for the question?
Oh, it's what?
That is coincidental.
Conspiracy stuff.
Yeah, that is a good question, actually. The Azure Nightmare. It's interesting timing. God rest Charlie Kirk. Let's vote red this October for 2A. Pasta Magic. Godspeed, Charlie. May you find peace in the embrace of the Lord. Reverend Norse. Thoughts on the argument that anything but biting the pillow and taking this is to undermine Charlie's work? I can see the argument, but I'm out of peace. It depends how you're defining that. We don't have to go roaming with lynch mobs, but we certainly need to recognize the enemy that we're up against and stop being mealy-mouthed about calling them out as what they are and pursuing legislation to formally designate them the foreign actors and hostile foreign actors that they actually are. Hardcore Bunny. I believe South Park's partially responsible making comedy. I forgot South Park had included Charlie Kirk in their little, their thing where they make fun of both sides, right? Right.
I believe that episode was like last week.
Yeah. Interesting. John Jackson, rest in peace to Charlie Kirk and condolences to his family. Bombadil, these are domestic enemies. The we need to have a conversation days are over. Agreed. It is time for action. That does not mean you go roaming. That means we need to push to make these groups, to cause these groups to be recognized for what they are. Tactical Hobo, how would you address this? How would you address? Trump alluded, you didn't see his remarks, but he seemed to obliquely in some way allude to recognition of the groups that fund the Antifas and such of the world as domestic terror organizations, and of stripping them of funding and possibly just arresting their leadership and all of that. It seemed to be a reference to that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking would be like a good strategy, because really it's like, how do you even go about combating this? You know what I mean? It's so widespread, but yeah, like the radical groups, you could see where their funding is coming from. Absolutely. And probably a lot of it's probably coming from out of the country.
Yep. Cody A, the right has to accept we're at war from here in Canada to the U.S. to the depths of Europe with a doctrine of devils. God rest Charlie Kirk. Indeed. God rest and Godspeed. Mobile Crusader, Kirk spoke out about leftist assassination culture and they killed him for it. Cyber Slayer, they didn't kill him because he was offensive. They killed him because he was effective. That is true. However you feel about Charlie Kirk, one of the reasons he was so visible was because he was such a good campus organizer. And I can speak from at least secondhand experience about that. I know a lot of people on campuses who were involved in his organization, and they're always doing events. And those events are always well attended and always well organized. He does not throw good money after bad. AmFest is huge every single year. He does really, really big work in terms of organizing prospective Zoomer. He is one of the people who is helping make conservatism somewhat cool on campuses. And it's not an accident he would be targeted. That's why he offends the left so much. He is speaking to them in the belly of the beast, in their domain, college campuses. College campuses have been hotbeds of Marxism since 19-teens, 20s. Hung Nguyen, the second suspect has been released. Number one suspect for me is a trans student tweeting something will happen to Mr. Kirk. It's on your "Here we go again" tweet. I think I saw you tweet that, actually. Don't be afraid to jump back to the thread we posted earlier. I know a lot of you guys posted comments over there. We're not just reading paid comments or whatever. You guys had some great comments over on that Twitter thread.
KMC reading on that thread says, I've been scared of something like this being a drop the hammer moment for years. Not because of what would hurt me or my life, but how the events that unfold would risk changing me in ways that I don't know if my family and those I love would understand. I
Mhm.
pray God guides us.
As do I, as do we all. Yeah, seawall. I'm getting Archduke Franz Ferdinand vibes too. I mentioned it earlier. It's kind of like that. It's not necessarily the thing that will lead to the avalanche. It's sort of the prelude to the prelude. It's kind of the vibe that I got.
Nocturne. I've definitely not seen eye to eye with Kirk on everything, but that is fucking disgraceful.
No.
But aside from people posting cringy, I will totally enact on my violent desires from the confinement of my Twitter account memes.
Yeah.
What is actually going to happen now? And we've been discussing that all night.
Yeah, we've been discussing it. It sounds like there's some political will within the Trump administration to formally designate Antifa and its offshoots, and they are legion, as domestic terror groups, and to go directly after the organizations that fund them. And the thing that makes me excited about that is a lot of mainstream Democratic funding sources have contributed to Antifa, and we know it. We know it for a fact. Shoot, one of them just ran for president. Kamala Harris, remember what she did in California, springing former Antifa and BLM people out of prison after rioting? Coco heard about this as soon as I got off work. My folks heard about it before I got home. People on social media are already celebrating. Their friends are already celebrating, and it hasn't even been a day. This is why we're doing this. You know, we're kind of talking through and working through this. We opened with a prayer. We'll probably close with a prayer. This is kind of us processing. So we invite you to process with us, you know. But Totaltism puts it well. But J6, exactly.
I'll read a couple more from your thread. Son of the Steward, I know it might be odd for many congregations, since the reading of the names for All Saints is usually for those members who knew, but I think all our churches should read his name this year, as I think he died as a martyr. And
well, it's the communion of saints. We are all saints, folks. We're not canonized saints, but we are all believers are saints.
The ultimate kahuna. In the Bible, it says there is a time for everything. When is it a time for more than words?
That's what Trump addressed today. DRT is king. Yeah, I saw that. When people ask what would Charlie Kirk want, know that his last tweet was saying the right need to politicize the death of a Ukrainian refugee in North Carolina. And that might seem extreme to people, but it was a political issue. It's ridiculous that there were so many political issues wrapped up in that, because how many times had that guy been arrested and released? 15? Something absurd like that? There was a political element to it. He would want his death to move us to make sure this tragedy is avenged. I completely agree. Isaiah Smith, Godspeed. Thank you, sir. Constitutional carry for all states yesterday. Godspeed. And no violations of constitutional carry, like I was talking about earlier with the comic convention out here in Phoenix. Godspeed, Troy Carr, with the all caps tweet. I can understand your passion. Dr. Wasp, I heard about this from a supernatural meme on Tumblr before I got a single pop-up from Google News. Isn't that wild, dude? Isn't that wild? You want to read a few more from that thread?
Certainly. John the Daywalker would like us to discuss Tectone's tweet about this. Political commentators who are radicalizing their audience by encouraging them to kill others need to be held accountable. It's a backward society where we're protecting people from having their feelings hurt. Example, he gives personal examples from his streams, but I believe he's talking specifically about people like a certain Turkish man
Yeah,
who we will not name.
right. Or
And,
a certain closeted homo who may or may not have filleted Nick Fuentes.
and others like them,
Yeah,
especially on Twitch. God, Twitch is on its last legs.
yeah. Wild.
Rip Van Winkle. If this is what they do to the polite, well-spoken, moderate family man, then you don't have to imagine what they want for the rest of us.
Yeah. Can Candace Owens even leave her home at this point? Right? They'll gun right for her. Jeff Schatz, despite everything, one thought gives me hope. The left by its very nature cannot retain wisdom and thus will always self-destruct. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. You know, there's a statement from the Apocrypha, from the Wisdom of Solomon. I love this quote. Power once attained afflicts the foolish, because wisdom cannot reside in the man who is slave to sin. That to me is like that's a biography of the left from Obama to the present. That's where every time they attained a lever of power, they destroyed themselves with it. We've witnessed it again and again and again. And that's how they're now at this point where they can't debate. They can't make arguments. They didn't even have to make arguments for years because they held the levers of power. So now they just run to their guns when they're shut out of the conversation, when they shut themselves out of the conversation, because they're calling fully one half of the country, over one half of the country, as we learned on election day, unironic Nazis and fascists. Because if you're killing Charlie Kirk, you're aiming your gun at every mainstream Republican there is. My grandparents, many of your parents watching this today, many of your relatives watching this today, your boomer uncle at Thanksgiving every year who talks about how, oh, I was watching Hannity last night, and that guy, that's the guy they want dead. This needs to be personalized for you guys. They want you dead. Please read Psalm 11 now. It's short yet meaningful. I'll look that up for you real quick.
I'll knock off a few from your thread. Copper Owl. I wish I could say something, but I can't filter my comedy out of what I say. I don't want to come off as insulting. Don't worry about it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Dustin the Grim. The brain trust on the left doesn't seem to realize that they just made a martyr out of Charlie Kirk.
Yep.
The lefties and their little sheep better get their celebrating done while they can, because I think things are going to change.
Okay, here we go. Ooh, there's a little hellfire and brimstone in this. I've read this before. And we're reading the King James version because that's the only proper way to read hellfire and brimstone. In the Lord put I my trust. How say ye to my soul, flee as a bird to your mountain? For lo, the wicked bend their bow. They make ready their arrow upon the string, that they may privily shoot at the upright in heart. If the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? The Lord is in his holy temple. The Lord's throne is in heaven. His eyes behold, his eyelids try the children of men. The Lord trieth the righteous, but the wicked and him that loveth violence, his soul hateth. Upon the wicked he shall rain snares, fire, and brimstone, and a horrible tempest. This shall be the portion of their cup. For the righteous Lord loveth righteousness. His countenance doth behold the upright. Good call on that one. Thank you, Mark J. Rampant Jesus, we can be hopeful that the winds are changing in our favor. I live in Chicago and my work group chat is blowing up, all talking about Charlie, aboard about what happened. Lots of boomers in there too. Yeah, this is going to hit the normies pretty hard because Charlie Kirk, whatever you want to say about him, and I've had my criticisms here and there. I never went quite as hard on Charlie Kirk as others because I always saw him as he's gateway conservatism. You need that. You need that to a degree. Not everybody can be whiskey. You got to have some beer in there too, right? You got to have the gateway drug. But he was a good figure for inculcating the normies into conservatism. And so I expect this will be more visible than usual, coupled with, sadly, the gruesomeness of what happened and how visible it was. Yves Lacombe. Hi from Kanukistan. Americans say they're radicalized. That word doesn't capture it. There was hope that things could work out, but it looks like it won't. Determined is a better word. Beware the wrath of a gentleman. Sage words, sir. M2M, no one should end up a martyr, and now the psycho leftists will realize all their victim mentalities will pale to the actual innocent that was slain. The Holtonator, my immediate reaction to the news was to pray when he was confirmed dead. I said people are going to die for this. I prayed immediately because at the time we were getting slightly optimistic reports that he had stabilized at hospital.
Critical but stable is what
Critical
they
but
said.
stable is what I got, and I was like, oh, geez, maybe he'll pull through, but I think they tried to do something. Probably what happened is they were able to at least get him on life support, I would think. But it was probably a situation where there was going to be no kicking out. Either brain death or something had already occurred. But that just heartbreaking all around, and my prayers go out to his family. Kiro Soldier, off topic, but are you LCMS? My dad was a pastor. I attended LCMS services as a little kid and sometimes attend them now, but right now I'm LCMC, which is another confessional denomination of Lutheranism. Sorry about the alphabet soup of Lutheranism. It's Mario Carter. I guess you could say the libs were triggered. Circle jerk. The left in a nutshell equals bucket of crabs. Remember Malachi chapter 4. God bless, Godspeed. We win in the end. That is true. John Hoyle, do you see this transcending the jumping from one outrage to another? Will this be relevant in a year? Will Americans remember this? Great topic for conversation. I'll throw this to Hobo first. Do you think this persists in the public consciousness after this, or does it wind up being swept away in the ceaseless media cycle in which we presently inhabit?
Yeah, I mean, the jumping from one outrage to another really is a good way to put it, isn't it? Because, like, we know everyone has a short memory. So some people are saying this is going to affect 2028. That's quite a ways out.
It's going to hit 2026.
Yeah, 2026, definitely. But I think there's going to be, I just have a feeling there's going to be some other outrages coming up soon, man. Like, I don't know what it's going to be, but, like, we're just not in a good place as a country right now. So, yeah.
Taryn? Do you think this gets swept away by the news cycle? The spin cycle that we're constantly caught in?
I say no. The way people reacted today, I say this sticks with us for a while.
It happened too visibly, and it was too grotesque.
Yeah. It's people remember blood. That's
they remember a young father being cut down, and oh, it's my hope his wife and children were nowhere around. I don't know if they travel with him on these events. I pray to God they weren't. I mean, I pray they were somewhere around so they could be with him at the hospital. But I don't know what the details are there, but I'm absolutely heartbroken for them. And when something that visible happens, I just don't see how you memory hole it. It's very much, I think the reason it would stick in our minds, tell me if you think I'm all wet, is, like I said, it's because this was what they prescribed for Donald Trump. This exact scenario. Speaking in front of a bunch of people, out in the open, gunman likely from a rooftop, shoots him. This is the shot that shot was intended to go right in his dome, and instead he got an ear piercing. We almost witnessed this with Trump. I think that causes it to stick in our heads. What do you think, Taryn?
Yeah, I think you're right. Especially the way it happened. Oh, and I am reading now. His family was there.
Oh, I mean, it's a double-edged sword. I'm glad they were able to be there with him. He didn't have to pass alone. God bless them for that. But oh, the horror and trauma of that, I can't even imagine. My thoughts and prayers are with all of them.
Over on Rumble, Commander Wolf. May Kirk rest in peace and in the arms of the Lord. May every one of the demons celebrating his death rot in the lowest pits of hell.
Yeah.
Wasp. Hey, Razor, I'll remember where I was when Charlie was shot for the rest of my life. I wasn't old enough to remember 9/11 because I was only 2, but I think I understand the oh no factor of it now.
Yeah. No, this is huge. This is absolutely huge. And because there's such a strong political component too, I should have added that. Because there's literally no non-political reason to kill this guy. Bull Durham. Godspeed with the Solomon Kane quote. Leah Wolf the Red. We're dealing with violent communist revolutionaries. They will not stop. They will escalate. McCarthy was right about everything. He absolutely was. And he only hit the tip of the iceberg. Pariah Wolfen is a year ago, not months ago. Blast Tyrant, but Razor, both sides, Jan 6th Razor. We need to lower the temperature once the barrel cools anyway. Right?
Over on Rumble, M. Tyler says Luke 22:36. Angry Tabletop Nerd. Alumni UVU. That's a heck of a shot from the Losi Center. Orem PD will find the shooter. Well, we all hope. It's getting late.
Right?
Well, you guys know how like we all know that Google and the government is like watching our every move with our cell phones and geofencing, right?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
why the hell don't they use this shit to catch the guy like immediately? You know what I mean? Dude,
I wonder
that's
if
how they
he's
call
got-
the J6ers. They used Google geofencing to catch all the J6ers. Well,
I'm-
fucking use it to catch this guy.
I wonder if this guy had 10 smartphones on him.
I mean, if he was smart, he wouldn't have brought a phone, but you know. Who knows?
Yeah.
Brain Biscuit, I want a peaceful, non-violent solution, but the left should keep in mind that if their message is effectively debate is not an option, then people will voice disagreement via alternative means.
Ballots or bullets, gang.
Demon Discourse, that's the Hell Knight. At what point do we finally recognize we're at war? The left obviously wants bloodshed. I think you already donated that, man, but thank you. M. Tyler, Razor, civil war is nearer than you may think. Trump is losing control of the currency and economy. I don't think so. I don't think that's true. Danger Cucumber, when the avalanches started, it is too late for the pebbles to vote.
Adam Holtz, here's a good question. And maybe Hobo is a longtime gun enthusiast like myself, much longer than me, could speak to this a little bit. Adam Holtz, what is the probability the assassin was a paid professional? At the distance, with a rifle, a good enough rifle, and while laying down with a stand, not as hard to make as you would think. Like, as long as his eyeballs work, he should have been able to make that shot. Depending on the rifle. That would be my assessment. What about you, Hobo?
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't know if he's like a professional assassin or something like that, but obviously somebody with gun experience, right?
Yeah.
It's not like some random Joe. Like, at first I thought it would probably at first when I saw the video or heard about it, I thought it was some guy who was probably up close with like a handgun, right? Point blank range almost, which requires no training. And then it's like, oh, this guy obviously he has some skill with a firearm to be able to make that shot.
Yeah.
It's not just like random schmuck who just purchased a gun, like 2 days ago or something. But
yeah, this is definitely someone who has fired a weapon before. This is not somebody who bought a gun 2 weeks ago, trained with it a few times, went to the range, and then went out and killed this guy. That's not how this happened. That's why I said my first gut instinct was, if it's not a professional, we're talking like one of those John Brown militia guys. Like something like that. John Brown's army. Those kind of guys. Godspeed. Dot Flamingo.
Lynn Hero over on Rumble. I say we need more than just banning communism, else they'll rename and continue this bullshit. We need to get to the fucking root. God bless Kirk and his family. I am so mad. We're sort of getting to the root. It wasn't in the news. We weren't able to discuss it for obvious reasons, but
Yes.
Nepal's government fell.
Yeah.
That's
the
one
thing.
communist government down.
Yes, indeed. The left all across the world are on their back foot. I don't think that's unconnected from something like this. If it turns out your shooter is someone with like Antifa politics, yeah, that's not disconnected. There's a Scheitgeist, as it were, on the left right now. M2M, Butler made me vote for Trump. This has the same fury. I wanted to tweet as soon as I heard about it, and I stopped myself. Because there were some things I wanted to say that I could not be putting on social media.
Oh, me too. Me too.
Yeah,
I don't know how you guys felt, but that's where I was.
It happens on a daily basis with me, honestly.
Yep, same.
Take 10 minutes and then come back to it. Yeah.
Gob 455, kids at a church, girl on a train, middle of the road political pundit. We are all targets. People wonder why I just want to hang out at home with my wife. No kidding.
Intrinsic. Today I lost my coworker who called Kirk's death a good thing. I'm fucking sick of these people and their commie shit. Rev B. War. Lord, may I have the same spirit that the blessed Dr. Martin Luther had going forward. Blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from henceforth. Revelation 14:13.
Brandon Ward there is actually a minister in the LCMS, incidentally. So we have a man of the cloth with us. Iron Colo, Ezekiel 33:6. Spyman 3000. There are only two fundamental methods by which men can deal with another: by reason or by force, by intellectual persuasion or by physical coercion, by directing to an opponent's brain an argument or a bullet. Godspeed.
Dude, I don't want to be that guy,
No.
but like, what do we think now about like the whole national divorce thing?
Right?
At this point?
Well,
You know what I
shoot,
mean? 'Cause
there.
it's either like that or we can vote from the rooftops, you know? I guess.
As the Koreans did. Yes.
I wanted to read it earlier. It was just a comment that flew by, but he said, not Boogaloo, but maybe Troubles.
The Troubles.
The Troubles, as the Canadians call it.
Yes, the Troubles, which usually involve Mounties trampling trucker protesters, right? Good time.
Edgework over on Rumble. They've, the left, unequivocally and empathetically told us in very clear terms exactly what they think and want to do to us for something like 60 years. So many are only now listening.
Yeah. Tex Vet talking about the physics of the shot. This guy is the one who gave us the call on, you know, the physics of what happened before in a previous super chat. The big thing, it was a chip in people don't understand is unless you're a sociopath, the body has a physiological response from shooting like this that messes up your shot. A 455-foot spinal tap would be incredible for a first timer. It's a good point, actually. Any thoughts on that, Hobo?
That sounds about right. I mean, he probably has more experience than I do.
Yeah, for sure.
I also hate to bring this up, but because I did see the closer video, and this is just supposition, I'm just an observer. I'm sure more reports will come out that are more reliable.
Yeah.
But from what I saw, it looked like, I don't know if he was wearing body armor, but the way it he reacted when he was shot, it looked like it actually hit him in the upper chest, and then the bullet bounced off and up into his throat. I don't know if he was wearing body armor.
We'll find out more.
We'll find out more later. It's like I said.
Well, I got to be honest. Again, depending on the range, depending on whether the guy really was on a roof, depending on what rifle and caliber it was, body armor might not have even stopped it.
Right. So I know this about body armor. Like you'd have to, for like a high power rifle, you need level 4 armor, which is like real heavy ceramic plates, I think. But honestly, like any public conservative person probably should be wearing some sort of like level of armor to be in public nowadays, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Trump does every single time he goes out in public. You know, he does. You know, he does. All right.
I mean, they would make him.
Fianchetto, does anybody know what subject Charlie was talking about when he was shot? I've heard conflicting reports, talking about mass shootings, talking about trans people. Those are the two things I've heard the most. What about you guys?
From what
I heard, he was talking about gun stuff, but you know, maybe they were to try and make a point or something. Maybe like the shooter waited till he was talking about guns. You know what I mean? Like,
well, here's the thing.
I'm going to get him now because he's talking about guns right now. So
I mean, would the shooter have been watching on a live stream? He could have been. Could have been. There would have been only a short delay for live streaming. There's a short delay on this live stream because there always is, no matter where you stream from. But it's not that long. Gummy worms. I just won a bottle of bourbon in a charity raffle. Join me with a toast to Charlie Kirk. Godspeed, Charlie, and may your legacy endure. I don't think there's any danger of that not enduring.
Godspeed.
Isaac Smith, blessed is the man whom thou choosest and causest to approach unto thee, that he may dwell in thy courts. We shall be satisfied with the goodness of thy house, even of thy holy temple. Psalm 65:4. Godspeed. Tyler W. I fear people will forget. Society's too desensitized to callous disregard for life. We must never stop calling Red Zod for exactly what they are. Like I said, I think a lot of this it's going to have a lot to do with the identity of the gunman and the motivation. And that's assuming we don't get a Stephen Paddock situation where we never find out what's going on with the guy. And although that's an interesting rabbit hole to go down sometime, I'd like to make a video about the Stephen Paddock Las Vegas shooting thing. John Q. Public, the toothless and limp responses that are soon to come from the likes of Daily Wire, etc., are going to frustrate a lot of folks. Sam Hyde's about to get a lot of followers. Hate me all you want. Nordwolf, 500 years of colonial experience will fall upon the Stone Age remnants. Rust Android, as horrible as it is, if you can, you need to watch the live video. Sadly, I already did. So I'm covered on that one. True African hero. The left was united in whining about the Jubilee video with the 20 far-right debaters. They've already rallied against simply letting people argue and decide amongst themselves. You're not telling lies, brother. Mr. Phaedrus, going to be taken off work tomorrow, not so much for the deeply tragic loss of Charlie, but more for the gravity of the political violence. I will mourn our wayward country for a day. We teeter on the edge. Let us not blunt this wound, but become galvanized. Godspeed. I don't know if you are of the faith, but it might be a good occasion to fast and pray. Godspeed. We tried Keck, I think. Did you want to read some more from that thread, by the way?
Let's see from the thread. Hyper Alafali. Something needs to be done about all the leftist terrorism. Oh, I'm thinking Trump's going to get on that.
Bull Durham. Fortunately, I have not seen nothing but cheering. But when I heard about it, it was from being on Facebook and seeing leftist gloating. TMZ was gloating about it. The scumbags in their comment section were gloating about it. And I was like, is that real? Because Facebook is full of these weird fake ads I don't know if you guys have seen this, where it'll be like Clint Eastwood turns 100. And of course, Clint Eastwood is 95. You know what I mean? It'll just be a blatant
it's
lie.
all over, man.
Yeah, it's just a blatant lie. So I was like, is that real? So I immediately jumped over to Twitter and I was like, oh no. And there were 1,000 things I wanted to say in that moment. 1,000 things. And I stopped myself.
Well, dude, it's like, what the hell do these leftists want? Like, they're not going to let us have debates. What the fuck do you think is going to happen? Right?
Yeah.
Like, they're trying to push us as far as they can.
Yes.
Which probably maybe is by design, to tear the country down.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's their aim. Analog mind. Charlie Kirk is a big reason why I got into activism in 2024. Though I never got the privilege of working directly for him, this modern visionary is often misunderstood in our sphere. I hope to carry on his vision. Godspeed.
Over on your thread, Flexney, it's time to call for the invocation of the Insurrection Act. This cannot go unpunished.
It's true. We already kind of have some machinery for this that was employed during the McCarthy era. And make no mistake, Joe McCarthy was pretty even-tempered in his approach to rooting out the communists.
JM Director. Oh, sorry.
Doomsday Machine. How many people you think this is radicalized? Can we count that high?
All of them.
Yeah. And I don't blame them. Brandon Charbonneau. The fact communism and Bolshevism is tolerated and even allowed to exist in the USA is the equivalent of gun-free zones. We allow our enemies to live with us. What do we expect? Bring back McCarthy. Absolutely. Reminder, they killed McCarthy. I cast knife. I have a lot of friends from all over the political spectrum. Many don't know my real name. It sucks knowing that so many of the people I like would see right-winger John Smith killed and celebrate not knowing it was me. Islander of Pens. Going through Blue Sky made me more radical than anything else ever could. Pure evil. Duke Ifooms. I think it was coordinated, not necessarily pro. It was planned 100%. Whoever did this, even if it was a lone gunman, you have a lot of advanced warning on these university campuses before someone like Charlie Kirk shows up, which maybe is going to have to change. So he would have had a lot of time. He or she would have had a lot of time to plan this, sadly, which is probably how they were able to find their little, knowing where the event was going to take place. If they were familiar with the amphitheater where it was taking place, they would have known they would have had an angle, could have gone up to that roof a number of times. I would look at somebody who spent a lot of time around that particular building, like maybe somebody who worked in the athletics department or somebody who was around that for some reason, maybe did a little bit of campus work with it. Wouldn't be surprised to hear it was a student. That would be where you would start, of course. King Drummer, $50 says the mainstream media networks will claim the shooter was a former MAGA supporter or something, just like after Trump's assassination. Wouldn't surprise me, dude. Wouldn't surprise me. We talked about this earlier. They always tend to have that spin afterward of, oh, look, they were registered Republican for 15 seconds. Clearly, it's a former Trump supporter. They do this after every shooting, guys.
And then all the shit just disappears. All their social media is gone. You can never find out anything about them.
Dude, Thomas Crooks, the guy with no social media presence. What? His freaking cell phone pinged near the FBI headquarters ahead of the assassination.
A recent super chat just brings us some news. Autonomous Prime says MSNBC just fired Matthew Dowd.
Wow. Slumbering Abyss. Charlie was an olive branch, and they slapped him down. Chopped him down, more like, sadly. Disgusting. Destructo Disc. The Wrath of the Awakened Saxon comes to mind now, don't it? A lot of old-timey poetry springs to mind. Motolicious. I miss the kick. Nice freaking avatar, by the way. Nice McCarthy avatar. I miss the Kekistan days when we just protested with hyperbolic absurdity. Bring back Vermin Supreme. These days, even Boothead would consider using Serpentor's staff on a blue-haired ham planet. Ham planet. Well put. Well put. I cast the staff of death on the Proctomancer. The PM madness. Razor, I want to help Tennessee so much. I live in a blue city, but a red state. I've been in contact with many House reps, but what can I do to help the right? Thanks to Charlie for making me a proud Republican. The step that no one seems to consider, and it's got a pretty low barrier to entry. Precinct committeeman level. It's something you can put yourself up for. Often you run unopposed. You wind up actually affecting the result of upcoming elections and being able to mobilize people to vote. That to me is kind of your ground floor for getting involved. Absent an organization like a Turning Point. All right. On the tyrant die. Oh, wait, here we go. My goodness. Thank you guys. There's so many to get through here.
A lot.
Talk and Mudcram. If you truly follow Christ, you must know we must all be prepared for martyrdom. True. We're already dead in our trespasses. Our reward is not here on earth, but in heaven. Keep speaking against evil and let that rage guide your words, but never your actions. Yep. Angry Yeti TV. I just like to take a moment to iterate. More aggressive policing is not the solution. No matter how aggressive it is, you can always go somewhere there are no cops, but can never go somewhere there is not at least one human. Stay strapped, y'all. Exactly why I said there is no excuse not to have the means to protect yourself. You guys got to educate yourself. Go look up maybe some YouTube videos and instructionals from people just to get a general idea of maybe the firearm you might want, whatever, if you don't already have it. And then you need to take a gun safety course and a personal defense class, and you need to get that CCL. Not because even if you live in a constitutional carry state, CCLs help for when you cross state lines and shit, right? They are recognized by other states, some other states, as Tactical Hobo knows very well. A Wolf Crusade when? All right. Mechanized manifesto. Didn't the left essentially elevate speech to violence? So they've already justified it in their own minds. Very, very true. You want to read a few from the thread there? I know you were on there a second ago.
JM Director. We need a Razor takes off his glasses video. Shit needs to get real.
Modalition, methinks Bastille Day is appropriate. True. Godspeed, save yourself. The left has stolen elections, taken shots at the president, and has jailed political enemies. When will people wake up and realize there's a communist revolution taking place? A lot of long-term strategies for the left were coming to fruition through nonviolent means. Throughout the 90s, into the early 2000s, into the Obama administration. As soon as they faced real, organized pushback, suddenly they reached for their guns. That is not coincidental. That is not coincidental. That CFW Walther sermon that I uploaded, I recorded it and uploaded it. It's called Communism and Socialism, or Lutheranism Against Communism and Socialism. It says this phrase repeatedly because it's in communist literature. Through nonviolent means, if possible, but with the sword, if necessary. That phrase recurs all throughout all the early communist literature, whether it's Marx or whoever, right? Engels, all of them repeat some variant of that phrase. Lenin was all about that. Stalin was all about that. It is something that cannot be divorced from communism. So when people adhere to socialist and communist ideologies, this is necessarily baked into the casserole. Search K11 on Google. Hi, RazörForce. Devastated by the news about Charlie. Thoughts and prayers to him and his loved ones. With all this stress and chaos in my life, I'm actually inspired by you to join the Lutheran Church. Any advice and things I need to keep in mind? Godspeed. Well, if you're serious about it, try and find a confessional Lutheran congregation in your area. If you're in Wisconsin, that could be the WELS. If you're elsewhere, it would be the LCMS, Missouri Synod. So Wisconsin Synod, Missouri Synod. And those are your conservative confessional congregations. So if you check those out, I think you'll see they're very liturgical, very kind of Catholic if you're coming from a lower church Protestant setting, but deeply theologically rooted and real strong congregations. They do have closed communion, though. You will have to be a member of the congregation in order to take communion, which is no big deal. You just attend for a certain while and get catechized. You have your little confirmation, and then you can take communion with them. So good luck and Godspeed. I'll be praying for you, and I hope that brings you comfort, because it certainly has me. Jonathan 93, my thoughts and prayers to Charlie's family. I'm with you, Razor, on your post on X. Air that Manchurian Candidates end on HBO. Godspeed to you, Taryn, and the RazörForce. Fight, fight, fight. If Charlie Kirk had only been wounded, maybe this is helpful to keep in mind. If Charlie Kirk had maybe taken one in the thigh, you know the first thing he would have done is the same thing Trump did. He would have stood up and said, fight, fight, fight. Would he not? Does anybody watching this doubt that? So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, guys. Instead of being disheartened, instead of blackpilling, if this had been a non-lethal event, if he had simply been wounded, I'm sure the first words out of his mouth would have been fight. And I bet his family would back me up on that, I'm sure. I'm certain. 99 Kresnik. Patience, prudence, and wisdom are virtues, but tolerance is the sin of Jeroboam of Naboth. It's true. I was just reading that. You get what you tolerate. I tremble when I remember the Lord is just. May he have mercy. Grant rest, O Lord, to thy servant, Charlie. Godspeed. Elbon, what about the corporate satanic mockingbird media they hammer day in and day out, MK Ultra style? How more than half of the U.S. are Nazis? Well, I talked about this a little bit earlier. The longer they refer to people as fascists and Nazis, the more likely it becomes that they're going to treat them like our whitewash histories regard Nazis. All right. Do you have any more to read, Taryn?
A couple more. Then I should probably move on to the Rumble rants.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know there's people on Rumble. Godspeed, by the way, to the 32,000 of you.
Yep.
Godspeed.
About 24K over on Twitter, or X, I should say, and then several thousand over here on YouTube and Rumble combined. Roger Furlong, I'll read yours last here. I don't even live in America. I live in your gay northern fallen neighbor country. Between the poor Ukrainian girl and Charlie Kirk, I'm actually considering going to church for the first time in my adult life. Good. Outside of a wedding or a funeral.
That would make Charlie Kirk happy, I know.
I wish I had a better idea.
That's a perfectly fine idea. Don't you poo-poo that idea. That's a good one. And it's one that Charlie Kirk would have approved of. Like I said, he was very active in one of the Northern Phoenix congregations out here. They're having a memorial for him tonight. I think that's probably going on right now over at Dream City, formerly Phoenix First Assembly. I'm sure Tactical Hobo knows all about that church. That's very famous here in Phoenix. I've been there many times. But actually, Alice Cooper goes there sometimes.
If you'll bear with me here, I'm going to just read a big chunk of these Rumble rants to get them out of the way so you can...
Yeah, and I'll flip through a few of these too. They'll flash on screen if we can't address them directly. Godspeed to all of you. Thank you so much. We've addressed a lot of these questions, so if I see a really good discussion point, we'll definitely bring it up.
Thunderclips. Prayers up for Charlie. Smash the CCP. Red-Green Alliance. Minnot. Any person that Charlie did not flip with conversation hopefully flips now that his life has met a brutal end. Rest in peace, Charlie. Prayers that his children get to see the positive effects of his efforts. Head-do. Not even a Charlie Kirk fan till now.
Yep.
Matt G. Hammond. New York Yankees had a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk.
Wow. Really? This is huge, dude. This is huge. Wow. I did not expect that. My goodness.
Reverend Brand War. In Christ, death is swallowed up in victory, and our brother Charlie now rests in Christ.
Yep.
Lord, give us all righteous indignation in the meantime, and a reformation of spirit.
Yeah.
Ruran, Razor, what do you realistically think will happen next? Watch the full clip, and it's gruesome. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. We've been talking about this all night. So, Motolicious, I think someone has me. YouTube has me shadow banned. Nobody reading my super chats. No, he read a couple of yours. I remember.
Yep.
But thank you for your contribution. Pizza Slayer, did you see Obama's tone-deaf tweet? We read it out loud earlier.
Yep.
Mercenary X, holy shit, I saw the close-up. God, it's horrifying. Yes, it is. Matchy Hammond again. Leftist orgs receiving foreign funding need to have colonoscopies. JM1911.
Is this true? Big Mike, preliminary report from White House sources. President Trump has just signed an immediate order mandating the death penalty without possibility of pardon for the shooter of Charlie Kirk.
Oh, I don't know if that's true.
I do not know. And Cicero is about to have a bathroom accident or something. He's whining. I'll be right back, gentlemen, if you can hold down the fort and read through these Rumble rants and maybe some of these super chats here, because we got a great big long list. All right. I will be right back after I've taken care of the great big furry Roman statesman, guys. Thank you for holding down the fort, and I will be right back.
All right. Let's see if I can push through some of these. JM1911, I was blindsided with footage from just a few feet away. Charlie was gone before he hit the ground. Yeah, it's starting to look like that. McLeod, it looked like 308 was what hit him. Not much different than a deer being hit from a blind. Red Ghost, sadly not surprised most lefties are not only denying they called for violence, but they're also smugly quoting Kirk's "gun deaths are sad" penalty for the Second Amendment, implying, I think you mean, that he deserved it. Yep, they're ghouls. Somebody mentioned, I forget which big Twitter account it is, to screenshot these guys and send it over to him. McLeod, eventually Trump's hand will be forced to crack down on the Antifa terror cells riddled throughout the cities. Pool Hall Junkie, the path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the inequities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Kuda, got to be careful with fake conservatives shooting up lefties. Too much of an opportunity for bad optics. Nikiro, I find myself unsettled by how many Christians think we should just turn the other cheek after this. I haven't read any of those. People are pissed. Character holding, anybody check the BlackRock commercial actors? Was that a suspect list now? 1 second here.
Man, I will say the left should be grateful that so much of a lot of the right, not all of the right, but a lot of the right are Christians, though, because if we weren't, things would be worse for them.
Much. And let's hope it doesn't go there.
Yeah, absolutely. Like,
ban assault sporks. There was also that trans-militant group, the Zizians, that went on a killing spree that ended up unaliving a border patrol agent. Doesn't seem too far of a stretch. And Salty Bear, thank you for that raid earlier. And that's the end of the Rumble rants. Thank you all. Let me see if I can pick up where Razor left off on the super chats. Where was that?
7,000 on YouTube right now.
That's crazy. Welcome everyone. We're just trying to push through all of these donations. I will start with Matthew 5:9, since I don't know where Razor left off. If shooter is T, what are the ramifications? Opening up the asylums again, I hope. Mind of a madman. Pray in hard times that when it matters the most. Also, what was the book you read out at the beginning? I will repeat that for him when he comes back. Could you keep an eye on the chat for me while I'm looking at the super chats? I can't read the chat.
Yeah.
Let's see. AJ the Groundhog. This is why we need to start arming ourselves. I, for one, elect the medieval justice. So what, you're going to arm yourself with a Morning Star? Because that sounds awesome, and I want one.
You and me both.
Just don't bite off Bud K.
Yeah, for $10, and it'll break after 2 uses. All
Mind
right.
of a Madman wanted to know, what was the book you read out at the beginning?
Oh, that is the Lutheran Book of Prayer. It has prayers for like every occasion. It's got a daily devotional prayer, morning and evening, for every single day of a month, like a month worth of those. So Monday morning, Tuesday, and then it just goes through the whole month. And it has the Martin Luther morning and evening prayer, and all and on and on and on and on. After a death, while you're convalescing, all kinds of stuff. So the prayer there was after a death.
I read all of the Rumble rants, and I started with Matthew 5:9, Mind of a Madman, and AJ the Groundhog is where I left off.
Okay. M2M saw a TikTok cheering compilation. Such heathens. Good times. Mikey, Charlie Kirk represents what we thought the conservative movement wanted to be back in 2015, 2016, when the right's naive energy was ascended. His death is a reminder how horrible things became and what was violently taken away from all of us. Leshima had only heard of Mr. Kirk in passing and never watched him or followed his efforts. His murder is both heartbreaking and rage-inducing. Spent most of the past few hours seesawing between anger and tears. Godspeed, Mr. Kirk. I got to be honest, like I had to give it a few hours before I went live, because it is not easy to think about the family and how they're going to get hit by this, and then how they're being hit by it. Is not. I'm absolutely heartbroken for them. Ripoff Productions LLC. I've never been a religious man and still aren't, but thankfully I've outgrown that edgy atheist phase of my teens and can tell the difference between babies and bathwater and appreciate the value Christianity has in society. Godspeed, and thank you for joining us. I hope this stream is helping some of you work through the absurdity here. Brandon Brindle, completely off topic, but when the new Thief VR game comes out, will I do it? Probably. I was actually thinking about installing and setting up my VR again so we could do some LA Noire, because that was a lot of fun when we did that. But yeah, Godspeed, and I hope you guys join us for that. We talk about a lot of these issues on those streams, by the way. So, W. Lightman, 24, and to Jesus, the mediator of a new covenant, and to the sprinkled blood that speaks a better word than the blood of Abel. Godspeed. All right. Prodigal Son, I normally watch, I assume he means Kershaw. Never caught y'all live, but needed to hear someone that wasn't cheering. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate you joining us, and I hope it's helped. We've talked through a lot of whether the gunman was an expert, what the implications are for this, where we go from here. I mean, the title of the screen is Charlie Kirk is dead. What now? Let's just go around the round table and talk about, like, what now? Trump has talked about designating, whatever, Antifa-ish, Antifa-adjacent parties and those who fund them as some kind of, maybe, I don't know, prosecuting them under RICO statutes or something like that as a political and violent conspiracy. I think that's in line. I think that tracks. That's something that's arguably overdue. RICO was used against domestic communists during the McCarthy era and should have been used even more. Where do we go from here? What do we do? I think that is definitely a way forward that doesn't involve hails of gunfire, and thus is probably preferable.
Yeah, I mean, as much as possible, use the justice system for what it's designed for, you know?
I mean, and this is something you also have to remember. We talk a lot about the activist judges and stuff, but not all judges are. Some judges, you know, they judge it right down the middle, and they get death threats for it. When the Supreme Court, of course, overturned Roe v. Wade, an illegal decision that was long overdue to be overturned, we all know what happened to Kavanaugh. We all know what happened to, you know, all the conservative Supreme Court justices who voted in line with that. Antifa targeted them, showed up at their houses. I assume they had to relocate. I don't even know what happened ultimately. And it's good that we don't know. But Mike,
I think we're going to see more. We're going to see more stratification where, like, where we have more conservatives moving like out of the big cities. You know, like preparing. I feel like there's a lot more people are getting preparedness and learning about firearms over the last several years, right? With COVID and like the George Floyd Summer of Love and everything, right? Like this stuff has become a lot more mainstream than it used to be. The preparedness stuff, you know, learn homes. It seems like everyone wants to go homestead now, right? Like I think we're going to see this trend continuing with, you know, the liberals are eventually going to be the only thing left in the big cities, really. You know what I mean? They're going to be surrounded on all sides.
Yeah, so they're just going to be mini welfare states, which is what I was referring to earlier when people were like, if there's a boogaloo, the left have control of this, they have control of that, they have control. They don't have control of food, people. They don't have control of water. They don't even have control of most of the like nuclear and power plants and shit that are outside of town. The Palo Verde plant here in Phoenix is way out of town. Way out of town. They don't have control of the utilities, all the stuff that you need to live. They just have control of the political center that's basically just a concrete coffin without all of the amenities that get shipped in from outside, from all the red areas that have their votes over to. This is one of the reasons I made my video, Electoral College on a state level now. State Electoral College. And I bang this drum, and I will continue to bang this drum till kingdom come. I'm a poet and didn't know it. But I will, because it is a remedy for that. And it prevents stratification like this. The medical mercenary, I said something similar earlier, but it's worth repeating. This will not stop with Charlie. Be safe, gentlemen. I'm not a religious man, but Godspeed, brothers. Be safe, be cautious, and be ready. We went from ballots to bullets. The Southern gentleman, best advice if we're headed for a civil conflict. I would refer you to the Paul Harrell videos on Teotwaki and SHTF. Freaking brilliant videos, and very practical. Not like you watch some prepper videos and they're like, well, what if the FEMA camps and shit, right? Like Alex Jonesy and shit. No. Paul Harrell's very, very practical. What if you're without power and water for a few weeks? What do you do? What happens if the basic stuff that would actually break down in a situation like that comes to pass? What if the shipments of food stop coming in to the city? What do you do? How do you hunt? How do you get food? How do you store up food? How do you make a shelter if you need to? Would you have to move? Where would you have to go? Where would be the smartest place to go? What's your bug out back? All that basic stuff. Those are brilliant videos and brilliant resources. You guys have any advice? Tactical Hobo, I would imagine, is a wellspring of knowledge on this.
Oh yeah, you want to definitely ask him.
You guys flatter me.
I know you too well. This is the problem.
Dude, okay, I will say this. I do have a year's supply of food. Which, I mean, honestly, okay, everyone should at least have like a month, right? That's easy to get, that type of thing. Like, it's just basic stuff, man. Like, just have some extra food on hand, for example. Have some water bottles, you know what I mean? Especially if you live out in the desert. Have some like cases of water. I mean, that's just like basic stuff to start with. But some people, man, they have nothing. They literally they couldn't even go without food for like, you know, a week. They don't have anything in their house.
Yeah. And the thing to keep in mind is those supplies are for what? They're to buy you time so you can find a renewable source of food or water. If that means you have to move, if it means whatever, right? They're to buy you time so that you can procure those things, so that you can get that renewable source of food, so that you can actually provide for yourself and get into homestead mode and what have you. That is the important thing to keep in mind. You're not just stacking up food assuming that's going to get you through the worst of it. The Civil War lasted a lot longer than a year. And it wasn't a civil war, by the way. It was a war of aggression. Because civil war is when two sides are fighting for control of a government. Only one side wanted control of the government in the American Civil War. Diogo C. I'm deeply saddened by what happened to Charlie, especially so by how unsurprisingly this is felt. Maybe because I was just coming from a funeral myself, but I wasn't even shocked. Boy, that's a lot to deal with in a short period of time. I'll be praying for you, brother. Big Swingin' Rich, need to go walk. Gonna miss the closing prayer. Stay strapped and Godspeed. Godspeed. Elaine, Iliani, I apologize. Eliani, in the videos that I saw, one close up, I'm sorry for butchering that. Charlie
This
Kirk
is what I have to put up with,
right?
by the way.
Charlie Kirk was talking about 2A stuff. His last words were something like counting or not counting gang violence, then bam, lights out. Pray for his family. So it was about guns. Boy, that seems like an interesting coincidence. Was he queued up for that? I don't know, man. General Grievance, Ave Charlie Kirk till we meet in glory. Godspeed, sir. I'd do a Roman salute, but I hear that's not allowed now, huh? Zero. Even when we try to do things the right way, they kill us in cold blood in front of our children. 2 Timothy 3:12. Indeed, all who desire to live a godly life in Christ Jesus will be persecuted. And I would remind you of the context of that verse, because 2 Timothy is like my favorite book of the Bible. 2 Timothy is a book written by a man who knows he's going to die and knows he's going to be executed for his belief in God. I highly recommend any young man read 2 Timothy. It is the Apostle Paul saying to Timothy, now here's what you're going to face. Now stand it like a man. The Lord didn't tell you to be afraid. The Lord didn't tell you to cower. The Lord didn't tell you to shrink from your testimony. The Lord didn't tell you to fear death. He told you that he was going to liberate you from death, right? It opens up 2 Timothy 1:7, for God hath not given you a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. These words came from a man whose rosiest prospect was having his head separated from his shoulders. In the immortal words of Al Swearingen, the world ends when you're dead. Till then, you got more punishment in store. Stand it like a man and give some back. Godspeed, Zero. Thank you very much. Leo Wolf the Red, till Valhalla, Charlie. You will be avenged. The communists will never win. We all promise you that we will never back down now. All right. G. Phaser, should the slow rise of Islam in the U.S. be a bigger concern, especially how they use the left as puppets? Indeed. Okay. Let's see here. Should the slow rise of Islam in the U.S. be a bigger concern? I'm more worried about the ideologies that come along with it. But yes, it should worry us in a demographic sense. It should worry us in an ideological sense. It should worry us that a lot of Muslim countries are also socialist in some way and come from dictatorships and the kinds of governments and societies that they prescribe for us. It's not as if they are assimilating. The days of large groups of immigrants coming in waves, then assimilating, and we shut down the borders, and they gradually become Americans, and then we open the borders up again after the next generation or whatever. Those days are long gone. Ted Kennedy fucked all that up. The Hart-Celler Act fucked all that up. That's all gone. So yeah, we should be.
Agreed.
And it's why my many, many videos on why we need the wall, on illegal immigration, the ICE video that I recently did. It's why I did all those videos. Sorry, Hobo, were you going to say something?
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, I've been paying attention to that for a long time. Like, I remember, 20 years ago seeing some like thing where it said there was all these there's like all these jihadist training camps throughout the United States, right? And the government even knows about them, but they didn't go and like do anything.
Of course not.
Yeah, and it's like this is a major concern, folks. What you want to do is like look at how far along Europe is. That's us if we continue to allow like ideologies that hate us into this country. Let's just say that, right? Europe's just further along the same trajectory, though, because now I think we have about 4 million Muslims in the U.S. Believe it or not, it's just our country's so big. It's not as obvious as a place like the U.K. or something. But.
Yeah, absolutely. Windmolin on Streamlabs says, "Do you think Charlie Kirk deserves a national holiday?" You could take a day of observance. I wouldn't make it an annual holiday or anything. But we do need to ruminate on what happened here, regardless of what happens, whether you make it some kind of day of mourning or whatever. We need to take a moment and process that, and that goes for the left too. The very, very piteously few members of the left that are still anywhere near rational need to take a moment and process that. Ratchet 69. Razor and Co. Stay safe and continue to kick ass. Love you, brother. Take care. Godspeed. Nooner, we have the high ground. It would be ignorant to lose that. Hebrews 10:30. Godspeed. Shadow Gamble, thinking of taking tomorrow off to mourn the passing of Charlie. Should I? I mean, only you can answer that question. Super Zippy, never forget how the Spanish Civil War went. The countryside and farmland was just fine while all the cities collapsed and paid for it greatly by the end. Exactly. And that was a much more modern Civil War, right? G Phaser, not enough of the slow but sure rise of Islam in the U.S., especially how they use the left as puppets. Don't want Sharia law replacing the Constitution. So that kind of is a corollary to what he already donated. Battle Chemist, Larry Correa's left dial right switch quote is from his 2018 article, "The Second Amendment is Obsolete," says congressman who wants to nuke Omaha, regarding Swalwell, and covers how the red areas would end cities. Absolutely, absolutely. And I, even before that, had a similar analogy where the right is kind of the sleeping giant and the left are married to incrementalism. And that incrementalism sort of, it not only powers their ascent in politics, but it also is an accurate model for how they inculcate their own side and radicalize them. Right. I just did a rant about this. I think in the last offensive, we actually have a clip that we're going to upload this week about this subject. So it's kind of wild. We already had that queued. Taryn had already made it several days ago. I just didn't put it up because I was waiting for Film and Archives to beat the copyright gods first. I insert name here. I'm an FFL in Arizona. I worry about the ATF's reactions, as do I. Don't get captured, bro. Name donated 20. I hate God for my own personal reasons, and they will never be resolved by him or anyone else, but I will stand with the Christians. I will stand against evil, and I'm fucking angry. They do not know what door they beat on. Godspeed, sir. Angry Yeti says, off topic, but he's heading to bed. Check out Hell Is Us if you haven't already. It's hands down the best game he's played in years. Ryan Gutierrez, make no mistake, he was murdered for being a Christian. I didn't agree with everything he said, but he seemed like a good man. God rest his soul. Thomas Giannopoulos. Coming back to how we turn the other cheek, it is time to dump the Western interpretation of turn the other cheek and go back to the Eastern interpretation. The left hand was the dirty hand, and to slap someone with that hand is an insult to the slapper. That is absolutely true. It's absolutely true. A lot of people have that turn the other cheek quote wrong. They have a lot of biblical dictums wrong.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of them. And thank you very much on that. I saw that. Let's see here. We got all of these. Holy buckets, people. And that was the one I just read.
I'd like just to point out, you people are insane.
Yeah.
We still have like 340 of these to go through.
Yeah. Just going to blaze through as many as we can. If the ones that really make good topics that we want to talk through here, because we're all still processing all this. We'll throw out, if we don't get to yours, it will at least be on screen. We'll try to get through that. Thank you, Brown Guy Gene. And don't be afraid to jump back to the thread and throw a few out while I'm doing this, man, because some of these will be silently.
Let's see. Steelhaven Game Studios. How's that Second Amendment looking right now? They are going to go after it with this. Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
Try. Fortunately, we do have the levers of power in a lot more states. Fortunately, after the 2024 election, so it's going to be harder. It's going to be a harder road to hoe for them.
And Duranis, no more playing nice. Commies can't win. Deport Mamdani for lying about being part of a political party on his immigration papers. That's a violation that can get his citizenship revoked.
Mm-hmm. I do find it interesting that it was just this last week that Charlie came out and talked about red flag laws for trans shooters. You know, maybe a contributor here. I'm not sure. There's a lot of ways it could be. AJ the Groundhog, YouTube doesn't like me to speak the truth. Tell me about it. I've been dealing with that for 10 plus years. People need to start arming themselves, myself included. Crazy times. Rest in peace, Charlie and Irina. Goodness gracious. That Ukrainian refugee chick. What on earth? You just get on the bus, or not on the bus, on freaking a light rail, sit down, and for no reason at all, psychopath just kills you.
It's
Leandro,
everyone's worst nightmare.
Leandro, it is like you couldn't, if you scripted it and put it in an 80s action movie, they'd say that's too cheesy. That's too cheesy a prologue. Kind of like that freaking jewelry store thing. Did you see that? The shop.
Oh, yeah.
Had a stroke or what? It's the prologue to a Death Wish movie. Reality defies 80s action parody now.
Does anyone in the chat know where that took place? Because they rammed the storefront with a car, breaking all the glass, and just this huge group of people walks in and robs the place.
Yeah, you want to actually find that so we could watch that real quick?
Yeah, I haven't heard about this, actually.
Hobo will be like, dude, wasn't this in Dirty Harry?
Go ahead and read a few more, and I'll look for that.
Godspeed, Mute Map Maker. Thank you very much. Rustist Android. I thought this was AI. When I first heard about it, I was hoping it was AI because it was on Facebook where I saw it, and a lot of those kind of clickbaity articles. Like I said, the other day I saw Clint Eastwood turns 100 and was like, oh, cool. Wait a minute. He's 95. That doesn't
For like the 10th time he's turned 100.
Yeah, he's turned 100 for the 10th time. What's going on? So I was hoping that this was AI. But unfortunately, this was the one time it wasn't. Carzy Day, Godspeed. Thank you, man. Gender Mo Liberty. The Chinese have the farmland. Yeah, and the Saudis here in Arizona, as it turns out.
Yeah, and we should do something about that immediately.
Yep.
That is some absolute bullcrap. Why does any non-citizen need to have property in our country? There's no reason for it.
No kidding.
Especially farmland that's right next to certain military bases.
Mm-hmm.
I did find that, by the way. Let me share that.
Rubber Legs found out this happened today at lunch while on my honeymoon. On your honeymoon. Oh, that's awful. That had to ruin the festivities. Thiam Vite. Hey, Razor, what are your thoughts on Spandrell's essays on biological Leninism? I'm trying to think of what that would be. I've never read that. Leninism is the idea that Lenin's primary innovation on Marx is the admission that Marx's assertion that capitalism would collapse all on its own wasn't true, that actually capitalist countries and capitalist citizens were getting more prosperous and happy. So communism had to be forcibly instituted, and then it had to first be a dictatorship of the proletariat, and then it could transition into communism, right? So I'm trying to think of what that would constitute. Biological Leninism. Like a certain race would be the dictator first and transition into a multi-ethnic utopia. Would that be? I don't know. I'm not sure what that would constitute. But thank you for that, regardless.
Somebody asked in the chat, why are the Saudis out here? They take our water. They take our water to use to grow alfalfa, which apparently requires a lot of water.
In the desert.
In
And
the
we're
desert.
allowing that for some reason.
All right. B. Prince, if you want an approach from a different paradigm, look at the prayer, Lord bless my enemies by St. Nikolai. How we approach these things has bearing on our souls. Godspeed. Godspeed to you, brother. Matthias Buchler. Good morning. Everybody try to get somebody fired tomorrow. Some of the reactions here are not going to be things that employers look kindly on. That's true. See Stryker, what about Tim Walls' wife during the riots opening her window to bathe in the chaos? If that was the line of an anime villain, it would be too over the top. No kidding, bro. Did you find the video?
Yes, I did.
All right. You want to maximize that?
Maximize.
Sweet. Jesus. I don't know why that guy's shirtless, but
I think they were close.
Oh my.
Man, this is where I open fire with my MP40.
Yeah. Now imagine the guy's just got a freaking AR-15, 30 round magazine.
which, by the
Starts
way,
opening up on him.
ugh.
Why do you need a 30 round magazine?
This would be too over the top for the opening of a Dirty Harry film.
They wanted a car and gave him one. Where is this, though, exactly? Do we know?
California, I can't remember where.
Yeah.
It's
because
gotta
it-
be California.
It's San Jose. Yeah.
San
Okay.
Jose.
Yeah,
San
that's about
Jose.
par for the course because they don't enforce freaking like shoplifting laws over there.
The
So-
shop owner there, the shirtless guy, had a stroke.
Yeah,
in the
he
aftermath.
got fucking assaulted, and he just his heart couldn't take it. Ugh,
Unbelievable.
Jesus.
Reality defies parody, bro. It defies parody. Godspeed, M2M. Jezebel hired witches to curse Charlie. I saw that, by the way. That has been making the rounds. Thank you, sir. Timothy Till, yesterday I flirted with hatred over Irina. Today it has my heart and its grip is resolute. I can't say I don't relate, brother. I cannot say I don't
What if her
relate.
dad is like a Ukrainian Paul Kersey? What
Yeah.
if they just like unleashed that on the world?
It really is. It's true. Speedy Cake. Did they ever catch the guy who got that liberal senator lady? And if not, what's the chance they will get this guy? Yeah, liberal senator lady. Are you talking about Gabby Giffords?
Yeah, I think so.
They tackled her killer, who was one of her own leftist voters, by the way, to the ground seconds after he got the shot off. And it was two gun owners who got him, of course. Sammy Shammy, you could tell it was a rifle. They have a distinct sound. Stay strapped, lads. The version I had didn't have very good sound. Doc Flamingo, video of the shot fired turned up was from the roof. Interesting. Dr. Admiral, I'm a member of Gen Z, and it disgusts me my generation actively embraces socialism, communism, and other far-left ideologies. Communism is pure evil. What disgusts me is how normalized it's become. You know, you'll be in a college class, and hell, it was normalized when I was in college classes not so very long ago. I'd be in an art history class, and professor just drops a Marxist talking point, out of nowhere. Like it's just what you say. You know what I mean? That should be demonized at least as intensely, if not more, because it has a higher death toll than fascism and Nazism. Without question. Bio-Leninism is the idea that the left is made a vanguard of the scum of the earth, and this means the left will be ever more spiteful mutants. Okay. It accords with some elements of reality I'm observing. Flint Ironstag, Psalm 23:5, thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Godspeed. All right. What do we do if the perp is a trans Jew, right? What do we do indeed? Big Z, the left has officially crossed the Rubicon. Pray for this country. Deus Volt. God bless America. Spyman 3000, leftists are scum. As the #1 Ayn Rand superfan, I drifted away from your content a bit ago. Hey, I like Ayn Rand enough. I appreciate that she correctly identified, maybe more than any other writer or philosopher, that the central conflict is not one of left and right. It's not of communist versus fascist. It's of the ratification of individual rights, extrapolating to organic collectives, versus coercive top-down collectivism. I appreciate that she correctly identified and illustrated that binary in a way that no one else on the right really correctly did. So I appreciate her, even though I disagree with her vehemently on issues like religion and on. And abortion. She was pro-abortion. I don't agree with that. But I respect many of her arguments because they're objectively true. Mr. Paffins, shouldn't these freaks on Reddit cheering this have their addresses made public?
Oh, they do it to you.
They would. Albatross, doubt I'll ever identify with the right, but I've seen the left defend so much bad behavior that I don't think I can tolerate this hypocrisy anymore. Friendly neighborhood. My dad passed away in a senseless act of violence too. That's just made all that anger and sadness come back and radicalize me more. No black pilling. Regardless of how you take this, black pilling is never the way. The black pill is a suppository. It is meant to paralyze you into inaction. That's why the propaganda exists. Watch my video, Black Pills, the True Purpose of Propaganda. The purpose of propaganda is not to persuade you. It is to render you immobile. It is to drive you to despair, to cause you to feel isolated.
The demoralization phase, as it's also known.
Yes. Yes. And we all recommend the Yuri Beshmanov video. The several of them. Patriarch Andrew James, this will finally push me to buy my first gun. I don't blame you. Don't blame you.
Let me read one from your thread. Cannibal Vegetable. This should disgust everyone that values freedom of speech, assembly, and democratic discourse. Anyone celebrating this is a shallow, vicious, self-serving, un-American social reject who has yet to understand the gravity of the sort of world they so vehemently clamor for. They think they will finally win after possible decades of social bottom feeding, when in reality, they will be responsible for birthing a world in which they are the chattel, subjugated, controlled, and killed for sport. Harsh realities that very much exist in the world today, around the edges of the West, full of brutes where might is right and all else is dust.
Yeah.
Idiots. The West is best, and many will die for it. Charlie knew this. Rest in peace.
Well put. Well put. Where was that at?
At the bottom, under probable spam.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course. Well done, Elon Musk Twitter. Keep boosting Ian Miles Chong's talentless ass. All right. The text vet, these people are legit Terrys. You don't back down to Terrys. You stand up to them and show them their tactics don't work. This takes bravery, but we can't hide and be quiet. You take it to them. Be brave. Godspeed, sir. Circle Jerk. Society started going downhill when Christianity was taken out of schools and family. Bro, in the 90s, you remember, bro, in the 90s when there was that controversy over meet you at the poll,
Oh yeah.
right?
Yes.
When we would go to, and I did this, Christian high school students would go to the flagpole and pray one day a year. And the hyperbole in the press about how this was a violation of church and state and right? Like we lived through all of that. And look how cartoonish a point it has reached now. Look at this.
Yeah. One day a year. Wow. For what? 15 minutes. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
I forget. Did Trump reestablish the Pledge of Allegiance yet?
What do you mean? It was already there.
No, I mean, many schools took out the Pledge of Allegiance. I thought Trump discussed, hey, we're going to bring it back. I'm just wondering if that happened. Maybe somebody in the chat knows?
Yeah. I hadn't heard anything about that. Thank you, King Dinosaur. Thank you, sir. All right. One tall order. Kash Patel announced they have the shooter in custody. There's footage of someone being arrested with a rifle, but it's clearly a pellet gun. Hope it's not a gay Fed op. That was sent at 5:20. That was sent a while ago. So
That
I'm
was
not
most
sure.
likely the second suspect that got let
Yeah,
go.
probably. Keep right on going so I can get through some of these.
There's not much more left to read, but I'll try to
Okay.
find a couple of good ones. Shinzo says another $6 billion to Israel. Probably not the time. Inappropriate.
All right.
Bandit
Bandit 848, can we extradite him to South Carolina? If I recall, they have the firing squad. Well, I think someone said Utah does. I could believe it. Dude, those frontier Mormons didn't mess around. Zombie Fear 101, I just want my America back. I'm not sure if anything will come from this. I'm just sick of it. This isn't the country we were promised.
Flytrap. I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore.
Yeah.
Durzum.
Mhm.
When you tear out a man's tongue, you are not proving him a liar. You're only telling the world that you fear what he might say.
Yeah. I think we got one in that connection earlier. Frank the Tank, Hellraiser and Terran, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. And remember, gang, this is what they want for you as well. Protect yourselves and your families as best you can. I mean, Charlie Kirk got so many death threats over the course of his life. He knew exactly what he was getting into every time he took a stage. I'm sure he did. And they probably had that. He probably had that discussion with his wife. That doesn't make it any easier. That doesn't make it go down any more smooth, right? It's still like ashes in our mouth. But if we take any solace in anything, that it would be that. Fencer Dario. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood. I love this verse. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Ephesians 6:12. NIV, and I forgive you for the NIV there. But I love that verse. JGDR, I missed the way I saw the world before I knew too much about it. Charlie was entertaining his ideological opponents while wearing a shirt that read freedom, and they made him bleed over it. Lord, keep his family. Rest in peace, Charlie. You wonder how many libs in that audience that event, witnessing that event, radicalized. You wonder. Because he spoke in front of hostile audiences at universities.
And he's managed to actually convert quite a
Yes.
few of them.
Yes. Crazy. Rockin' Gnome. Razor, you mentioned walls being crappy as usual. I'm from Minnesota. I want to be the rageaholic of Minnesota. What should I do? Where should I start? Charlie's death makes me want to rant. God bless and Godspeed. I don't know what you mean. The rageaholic of Minnesota. Again, if you want to get active in your politics, you can obviously either link up with an organization. Scott Pressler has his, yada, yada. But you can also get involved in local politics on a precinct committeeman level, which I always recommend because it's the level nobody ever thinks about. It's the one where you can actually begin affecting change and recruiting voters, and you can affect turnout, which affects elections. So if that's what you're looking to do, go for it. If you mean just be a rageaholic of Minnesota in terms of recording and being a pundit or whatever, get yourself a camera and a microphone and go to town and work on talking on camera. Don't be one of these retards who just talk in a really, really boring monotone and, or you could just shave your head bald and get a freaking beard. And I hear that just gets you a podcast these days. Yoro Emiya. This very redacted super chat has been brought to you by the lovely folks at censorship team at YouTube. Redacted. God bless Charlie. Godspeed.
Cold War mech. Anything on making body armor conveniently and commercially available in the land of the free. I know brands do exist to order, but it would be ideal to actually make that more of a common thing for at the very least personal safety.
Yep. Ghoul, thank you. We got some love from Ireland, brother. You guys have had some troubles? Just have slight troubles. Mr. Commander Admiral Funk, why does this happen on the day, even I think minutes after I got fed up and finally stood up and spoke up in my university class against feminism and its degrading of men during class discussions? It's like pottery. It rhymes. Eat my slamwich. We're having some of the worst media gaslighting. You don't hate them enough. I pray for justice and the loss of the family, that it doesn't go violent, and we use this opportunity to save society, and that he wasn't martyred in vain. Godspeed. Rest in peace from all of us in the RazörForce. Aaron Bosch, of all the commentators, Kirk was the one trying to bridge the gap the most. When they show you who they are, pay the fuck attention. And the congregation says amen, brother. Kaiser Wilhelm II, if the USA were to fall into violence, how would Europe and China react with more violence? I mean, they're already well on their way. Thank you, Jake Martin. Sir. Obama, the surveillance state has the opportunity to do something useful for once in finding the villain, right?
Which is why they won't.
It's wild. They totally broke the law to get that. Everybody's been talking about that Brian Koberger guy from the Idaho student burgers, and the FBI broke privacy law to get that guy. We can't get this asshole on the roof. Really?
Phobothinus. I bought a pack of smokes to occasionally use 5+ years ago. I got through half of it today. Same with my bottle of tequila.
Oh my goodness.
I weep for the past. I weep for the family of that lost father. I have no more tears to the left. They will find tomorrow nothing but a hard, dry, cold man.
Good grief. I hear ya. Patriot James, as a Christian, I'm no longer in the mood to forgive the trash that is the left. I wish I could say I didn't feel it. Thank you, Mercenary X. Whimsy Bomb, the people celebrating this have wrecked any faith in humanity I had left. They're even going after his widow. I hadn't seen that, but that is repulsive. It's true. Cell phone, smartphone. Condolences from Portugal. Thank you. Amazing all the outpouring from outside the United States. Tales from the House of Oddities. We indulged them long enough. They celebrate a good man's death and deprived a family of a father and husband. God bless Kirk and his family. They didn't deserve any of this. Godspeed, guys. And remember him. Hey, Momo, the left thinks the right is evil while the right thinks the left is wrong. I've heard that quote before. Who came up with that? No more pearls before swine. The evil ones are obvious. God rest Charlie's soul. May his family find peace. I would have to object, though. I know the modern left are evil. A-Dubs move back to Kansas with the wife this week. Signing us both up for gun courses when we get back. Suggest everyone else in the RazörForce do the same. Yes. If you have a shooting range near your place, even in blue cities, you should have gun safety courses that you can take and concealed carry courses. As Tactical Hobo, you've been through them. Do you have any advice on those?
Yeah, I went through the a concealed carry course back in 2009.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I mean,
how was it?
It was interesting. Some people.
What constituted it? Was there a sit down? Because I took one too, and it was I could describe mine, but what was yours like? Was there the class portion and then the getting out in the shooting range and doing your thing portion?
Yeah, basically you have a class portion, which I think it was roughly a whole day, right? And then at the end you go and you do the range and qualify. But I will say there were people that weren't like familiar with the gun hardly at all, and you're supposed to qualify to get the CCW. So it's like you should probably if you don't know anything about guns, you should probably take like an intro to firearms that's a little more basic before you go do the CCW, because that actually involves a test that you have to like pass. So
yeah, it's the basic. Don't aim the gun at anything you're not ready to kill, like that kind of the rules of firearm ownership thing, that kind of stuff. And then when you're like buying your firearm, maybe think about renting firearms from the range and stuff. Trying a few different kinds out, see what you're comfortable with. Jester of Roanoke, well put. We hold vigils, they hold riots. Godspeed, Mercenary X. Thank you very, very much. Bubba Doom. Knowing a thing or two about Utah, liberal theology / liberal politics, Galatians 1:6-10. Pray for Utah, the cult abounds. All right. You really want to hurt the left? Enforce the laws, right? Enforce the existing laws, even.
We could definitely use that out here.
No kidding. Detroit Otaku. This makes me think about that one McCarthy speech in your video where he warned about what would happen if a fight against communism was made into one between America's two main political parties. McCarthy was right all along. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Yeah, that was really, really good, actually, that clip. My jaw hit the floor when I found that clip. That wasn't in any of the books or anything that I had used for research, so it kind of came out of nowhere. Godspeed to each of you. Good gracious, so many of you, trying to get through as many of these as we can. Reverend Brandon War, remember our Lord's words. But now he hath a purse, let him take it, and likewise a wallet. And he that hath none, let him sell his cloak and buy a sword. Luke 22:36. That's the thing you do have to remember about the Lord is he didn't promise peace except when we're with the Lord in heaven. He promised that father would turn against brother and mother against son, and right, he promised conflict on earth as a result of his gospel. He prepared us for what we were going to face. This is small potatoes. Intrinsic dark. It's truly sad. Most of these people celebrating his death are just nihilistic, state-worshipping atheists. They have no hope for the life after this, so they put all their hope in their ideology. That is true. The modern left is the gospel of atheism in a lot of ways. I'm not the first person to point out that communism is really a leftist religion. A lot of people have pointed this out. Charlie Kirk being one of them. It's not a particularly obscure read on the history of communism. There's a reason Lenin was confirmed in the Russian Orthodox Church and was actually really, really heavily involved in it, Vladimir Lenin. But naturally, when he took power, one of his first targets was who? The Orthodox Church. He immediately persecuted them. Stalin went to seminary in the Orthodox Church and still persecuted them. Why? Because you have to worship the state. There can't be an alternative to the thing that you have to worship with, which is the state. Mussolini, of course, fascism being a horseshoe of communism. All for the state, nothing outside the state, only the state, right? This is the famous Mussolini quote. King Dinosaur, what do we do about the profoundly ignorant? I had to just walk out of work because it was apparent that everyone there just gets sound bites from mainstream media. It's infuriating. Fortunately, mainstream media is doing it to themselves and slowly declining regardless. Right back, dude, 20 years ago, when you and I, Hobo, were talking about politics in the early 2000s, was there ever an instance where some lib journalist went off the reservation following a tragic event like this aimed at a conservative and they got fired for it? Because that's what just happened tonight. Could you have seen that happening all the way back during the Iraq War controversy and all that? Because I couldn't.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Tough to say. I can't remember half the crap from that long ago, to be honest.
Okay, boy. Thank you, sir. Intrinsic Dark. It truly is sad most of these people. Oh, wait, I already read that. Some of these might be duplicated. 99 Intrinsic. Universities are the corrupt Catholic monasteries and seminaries of the modern day. Need Henry VIII Part 2. Modalicious. Well, they aren't killing the Republican kids. That's where you're wrong, kiddo. Cavalry Piper, I'm not a Christian, but I will gladly stand with you against the commie horde. Godspeed. I cast knife. I hope the left sees us not rioting as something terrifying. We are angry, we are hateful, and we're not getting that catharsis, and it's all focused on them. Still ill. There was a video of a man running on a rooftop. I did see that. We played it. Keep your eye peeled on social media if there's anything you want to play or show or Taryn.
Yeah, I've actually been refreshing and just looking for anything new, and I'm not getting anything. I can read one last one from your thread. Eric, the blue collar necromancer. I am shocked at the sheer callousness that I've seen coming out of the left. These people have no souls. Who cares if you don't agree with him? Celebrating his death is inhuman.
Yep.
What have we even come to? Is there no humanity left in this world? I'm just utterly disgusted.
Indeed. Thank you, Point Curation. Ryan Gutierrez, 8 years ago, I was left of center. 3 years ago, I was center. Yesterday, I was center right. Today, I'm to the right of a coked-up Templar. Christ is king. Oh, many such cases.
A lot more now.
Emperor Creatine. Japanese Twitter's been really popping off in support of Charlie. They really loved him over there. Seeing lots of comparisons to Abe on Twitter, not Abe. Abe. Remember Deuteronomy 32:35. Godspeed. Uzi Patrol, in times like this, I remember the words of Jesus Christ. Fear not, for I have overcome the world, and the gates of hell shall not prevail. Some great, recommended Bible verses tonight, guys. Wyatt Condi, coming from a country that our Trump lost, you guys are a step ahead of us. Sending love and prayers from Saskatchewan, Canada. Godspeed. I don't know if we're ahead of you. I did see those trucker protests. We might be a little behind you. Cicero 1776. My high school students are upset. Most are fans of Kirk and Christian. Students showed me, and it is forever in my mind. Train like they want you dead. They do. I'm going to hold my kids. Love you. Godspeed.
Godspeed.
Illegitimate film. I'm not religious and would have loved to have a thoughtful debate with him on the topic. Can't ever do that because he was just too wrong to ever be allowed to speak his mind. I'm heartbroken. Fuck the left. I think a lot of us are feeling that one right now. Beep boop. I'm watching as I barbecue. I have to keep the volume down as my neighbor has a rainbow flag. I'm in a semi-famous band and I cannot speak out. Our female vocalist is getting increasingly unhinged. That's worrisome.
Well, there's a common problem right there.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to switch up.
Lightning Lunatic, this is a very harsh reminder for us. They've been at war with us for a while, and they're escalating since they're beginning to lose. That is an important takeaway. How do you guys feel about that? Do you see the increase in this violence and the steady intensification of it as an extrapolation on the fact that they lost definitively in 2024? They don't even have the excuse anymore that they won the popular vote. It's gone. It's gone. The entire country is against them. Mainstream media is increasingly, it's marginalized, right? It's steadily dying. All their mouthpieces are dying. All their holds on levers of power are dying. The only stuff they hold to is increasingly irrelevant. Do you think this lashing out in violence is in any way related to that? What do you guys say?
So let's put it this way. If Kamala had won the election, I bet this wouldn't have happened. right? I mean,
I don't think you're wrong.
If they have all the power, they don't need to go and do stuff like this.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I see this as an act of desperation. All those fringe elements, like the trans community, the ones that are really off their rocker, talking about the crazy hippies, the kids born to crazy hippies, the really entitled ones. Like
Right.
you're gonna see a lot of them in these last few days of the Democratic Party. I'm just going to go ahead and call that one.
Right, right.
You're going to see, unfortunately, you're going to see a lot of violence coming from that side. It's just something we're going to have to weather, I fear.
Yep, absolutely. Eric Johnson, Hope has 2 beautiful daughters. Their names are Anger and Courage. Anger that things are the way they are, and courage to make them the way they ought to be. St. Augustine. Godspeed. Well put. Homicide Jack, I didn't leave the Democratic Party. They left me long ago, and I'm better for it. Ever since the violence of the 2020 riots, I have been firmly galvanized against any leftist ideology. I'm ashamed to have ever voted for them. Dude, how many people do you know that fits? There are so many people in my personal life that fits.
You know,
and we hear from them on live streams all the time. Sorry, did I interrupt you, Hobo?
Oh no, I was just saying. I was just trying to answer. Like you said, you know a lot of people personally that have changed. That's awesome. I don't really know anyone who's changed recently, but I don't talk to that many people. Maybe so.
And I'm a friendless drifter.
Yes, exactly.
He's actually carrying his bindle. Contrary to the name, Tactical Hobo is actually less of a hobo.
My friends are the steam locomotives.
Yes. I don't get to use the word bindle enough in daily life. I gotta be honest. Joe K, I'm just so very tired. Brother, aren't we all? Fear the dwarves. Seeing some friends celebrate Charlie's murder makes me sick. Needless to say, I'll have to think if they're worth keeping around. If they'll cheer for Charlie's death, they'll cheer for ours. Stay safe and Godspeed. Stay very, very safe. Train. Situational awareness. I can't recommend the videos of Paul and now Roy Harrell enough. In fact, I think Roy Harrell just made a video that butted up against this topic recently. Roy, of course, is the brother of Paul Harrell, who took over the channel after Paul Harrell's untimely death. Do you are there any gun channels and stuff that you recommend, Tactical Hobo, like on this subject that have talked about, SHTF, Teotwalkie, that kind of stuff?
I liked Hickok quite a bit. Yeah, that's probably the main one.
He has talked about it in the past. He absolutely has. Patrick Batman. All right, libs, you called down the thunder. Well, now you got it. The commies are finished, you understand? I see a Palestinian flag. I shoot the man waving it. You tell him I'm coming. And hell is coming with me. Believe me. I love that movie. Oh, my goodness. So much to get through here. Sean McDonald, I'm one of Alexander Solzhenitsyn's men who want to be left alone. The death of Charlie Kirk has stirred me in a way that I didn't think possible. I pray to God they leave me alone. Still ill with other pundits such as Andrew Wilson, the Crucible-based Fuentes, etc. The conservative movement is going to be even more emboldened. Let's see here. Mercenary Axe. I'm not just tired, Razor. I'm exhausted. Comstar Knight, I have a lot of friends that spoke ill of Charlie Kirk. It sickens me. I can't stand by their words. This man did not deserve this. Advice on how to exit their circle. Godspeed and mock Jesus. Not M-O-C-K. M-A-C-K. Mock speed Jesus. Advice on how to exit their circle in hails of withering gunfire. No, if you're going to do it, don't do it when you're going to confront bullshit, don't you dare do it halfway. You confront that. I have learned this the hard way. Sometimes you just have to rip the Band-Aid off. And when they say the thing that's a lie, you don't let the lie just sit there. And it might be more important when it's somebody you really care about. There are so many people I've had in my life who have just, their life has been headed in the wrong direction and whatever. And I sat there trying to be kind and supportive and whatever, and it just didn't improve. They got worse. And then it makes it worse too when months down the line, maybe you said a little something or suggested a little something, and they come back with, boy, I should have listened to you. And it's like, yeah, I guess you should have. You know what I mean? You were trying to be helpful. I understand you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. But I feel like sometimes I should have just confronted more. I should have just been more bold. Because you know what? What's the worst that could happen? You have to proceed in truth, ultimately. That's really where you're at. You have to proceed in truth. So either they part from you because you said the truth, in which case, are they someone who should be in your life? Or stating the truth to them improves their life and yours and brings you closer together. That's real friends have nothing to fear from truth. Pow, what can we do about this? Well, we talked about that a fair bit tonight. And Trump, I think, alluded to a few things in his statement. No, this is Patricus. There seems to be a trend growing with the recent murder of the Ukrainian girl and how crime in the Western world occurs so much that it seems more people are advocating far more medieval punishment since the legal system is failing. My stench from the bench video. I wish it had not aged as well as it has. Atari, in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, I realized that one of the two verses I keep to my heart, Galatians 4:16, have I become your enemy by telling you the truth? Ooh, that speaks to what I was just talking about, is more prevalent than ever. Godspeed, guys. Open war is upon you, whether you would risk it or not. It's kind of like the Cold War we have with China that only China acknowledges to be the case. It's been a while, guys. I scared my mother tonight, who's far more conservative than me. Told her that I refuse to not be armed from here on. Godspeed, you beautiful bastards. I don't blame you, brother. You need to be able to protect yourself. Get trained. Be safe with your firearms. Treat them with the respect that they are due. But get that training. Take those classes. Get those permits. The killer probably had a job at BlackRock. A lot of that going around. This was a good stream. I do hope it stays public. I will do everything we can. We'll try and edit out the copyrighted bits. Rustus Android, it hit him in the neck. A shot from that caliper has a devastating shockwave. Huh. Interesting. I'll take your word for it because I'm not watching that footage again. I've been scarred enough. John Browning's Ghost. Normies who aren't used to the uncurated dregs of the internet aren't used to seeing something so graphic. Hard to say what the ramifications of Kirk's killing will be. I predict further radicalization. Taking the politics out of it. Taking the political element out of it, guys. What would you compare this event to in terms of like a graphic, shocking thing that happened while everyone was watching?
Okay, well,
like from our childhood, from 9/11 is the obvious one that we think of because I mean I still can't watch a lot of that footage without it really affecting me. I'm not ashamed. I don't care if I sound like a pussy admitting that. It's hard to watch.
If you take the politics out, not in our lifetime, but he was an outspoken man. I dare say, and I know I'm going to get shit for this, Malcolm X. He was assassinated.
Yeah. Or the RFK Sr. killing, or yeah, maybe.
Well, it's tough to because I can't think of anything really similar within recent memory.
Yeah,
as
like in
far
our
as, like,
life, wasn't there that guy who, like, there was like a politician in the 80s or 90s who just right in front of rolling video cameras whipped out a revolver and blew his brains out?
I think the guy's name was Bud Dwyer, I believe. That's still like 40 years ago, though. 30, 40 years ago.
That was a very shocking event, right? That was in the 80s sometime. That's the thing that comes to mind.
Yeah. As far as like recent, man, like there hasn't been anything of this magnitude really. Like you don't see people get assassinated like that on live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't really happen too often.
As far as like just shocking deaths, I agree with Mercenary X who just donated. The Challenger explosion.
Yeah. I mean, my parents still talk about that. Manny Pardo, thank you, sir. Howdy, Razor. I'm a Greek Orthodox Christian, immigrant and heir of Byzantium. What's happening now is a ghost of ancient history. Praise God, be strong, and be ready. Never back down. Godspeed, brother. Godspeed, and peace be with you. Bud Dwyer, yes, you're correct, Teddy Bear. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Lishima. Was literally talking to my boss a few minutes before the shooting about how I just wanted a week of being totally separate from the world to relax. You know, I kind of was in the middle of that. I was waiting on my video, which has been done since Monday. It's been uploaded since Monday. I was waiting on it to process. I'm fighting a big copyright claim on it. It's a Film Noir Archives episode. I was looking forward to that, right? So I was like, shoot, while I wait for this, I can just chill, you know, get some stuff in order. I'm still doing work because I'm a workaholic in a lot of ways. But, you know, not necessarily focusing on getting a whole lot of videos out, just kind of chilling, you know. But this week stubbornly refused to be that kind of week. You know what I mean? Like, geez, the best laid plans of mice and men on that one. Anyways, Godspeed. Thank you for joining us. And I hope this stream has been therapeutic for some of you. Shinzo Abe, that's actually a good example. What happened to Shinzo Abe? Now, of course, that happened in Japan, but the news hit here in the United States and everybody saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, another one actually, international, but remember how big of a deal it was when Princess Diana died? That was huge.
Yeah, absolutely. That was massive. The Stargazer. Am I wrong for thinking conservatives aren't safe unless liberals are scarred more than they apparently are, and that we needed to become the monsters that they think we are? You know, it takes big watershed events to put this red ghost back in the closet. Believe it or not, and it's hard for a lot of people to process now because people keep going back farther and farther to find the roots of this sort of normalization of cultural Marxism in our society. But believe it or not, in our own lifespan, following the fall of the Berlin Wall, it was pretty widely acknowledged left, right, and center that communism had failed. And it took years of China slowly putting the pieces back together to get that normalized. We really, for a while, had just a left and right in this country. And it wasn't fascist right and it wasn't communist left. It was just left and right. And then gradually over the course of the 90s, it got worse and worse. And then over the course of the 2000s, it got worse. Funny, right alongside the rise of China. Funny how that worked. And we were getting more chummy with China. Remember in the mid-90s, Al Gore sold our nuclear secrets to Beijing? That was cute. That was a cute little episode. But believe it or not so very long in the past, we believed we had buried the ghost of communism. And we should have driven a stake through its heart and made sure. Crash 6674, all this shit over the last couple of years reeks of astroturfed color revolutions from your typical bankers and CIA Mossad goons that have been creating havoc around the world for the last 100 years. Whatever you find comforting. Game Master, I think this is going to be used to push bipartisan gun control, and I'm afraid Trump will sign it because he's weak on guns and now has an excuse. Trump is weak on guns. And we do need to be vigilant to him possibly signing gun control legislation. That is, I'm not even kidding, guys. That's actually good advice. How do you feel? Let's take the temperature of the room. Chat, Hobo, Taryn. Trump was behind the bump stock ban. Well, he wasn't behind it. He greenlit it, though. He didn't stop it. He's weak on guns. We just have to say it out loud. He's not a big gun hawk. He's a New York Republican. And New York Republicans are not pro-gun. How do we feel? How confident do we feel about Trump's stance on guns in the aftermath of this? I think it is a fair question to ask.
I think he looks at it the same way he looks at his own attempted assassination, in that he was surrounded by security. There was at this big event, and it still happened regardless.
No.
Gun violence happens in gun-free zones.
No.
That's what we have to push to him. We have to make him see that all the gun control in the world isn't going to stop something like this. Hobo, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I think he might like suggest something, but if he gets enough pushback, he wouldn't go through with it. Because sometimes he'll throw these ideas out there, and then people have to let him know we don't like this, and then he'll back off.
Which,
Like
to be fair, he is generally amenable when he gets enough pushback. He's not an ideologue.
Yeah,
He-
like the Chinese visas.
Yeah, he steps back from the brink. That 600,000 Chinese visas comment, he backed right off of that. Which, dude, I appreciate. I'm glad that it's Trump and not somebody else. Because, goddamn, you remember having George W. Bush's stupid ass as president? How many times he did something stupid and we'd be like, no, you moron, don't freaking do that from the
And
right.
he did it anyway.
And he'd do it anyway. He'd do it anyway because he's married to the mono party. General Ripper, my God, you didn't have to send that much.
Holy, what the?
I'm done. War. If you were gonna send a chat for that amount, that would be the statement to make. Godspeed, sir, the star of the stream. I do worry about this. How do you guys feel about this? We haven't really talked about this. Kingfire 45. Radicalization is going to skyrocket after this.
Like I said earlier, search for the word radical or radicalize or radicalization. It's coming up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's not a good thing, but like, okay, I think we can all agree there's mentally unstable, violent people with a spectrum of political views, right? So, there might be some retaliation stuff from maybe certain individuals on the right, which we do not want to happen. Yeah. But, nonetheless, some guy might get pissed off as hell and, go do something he shouldn't be doing. So, I mean, it's not a good thing.
Yeah. Good gracious. Dave Buckland, thank you so much for that. Goodness gracious. Oh, I hate to hear that. Animate Acumen, given the attempt on him and the events of today, Trump should be radicalized on 2A at this point. I agree. This is actually a fulcrum point. We could use this to leverage Trump into a stronger 2A position. Again, because he's not an ideologue. He's amenable to criticism. He's open to listen usually. When he says something really monumentally stupid, he generally, if he gets enough pushback from people that he trusts and knows have his best interests at heart, he generally will hear them out, which I appreciate. And it's actually, I think it's one of Trump's better qualities, if you want my honest opinion. Alexander Victor, last time there was a public hanging in Washington, D.C. was 1957. I think it's time to update that. Godspeed. Stephen, the most terrifying implication of this, to me, is the normalization of political violence in America. I can't even imagine the downstream consequences of this. Genuinely terrifying times. We just touched on this. But yeah, I do. Man, I really, really worry about that because the radicalization on left and right was already getting bad. And you guys just talked about possible retaliation on the right. Let me counterpose something for you. If you're a leftist and you can watch something this gruesome that possibly grew out of your ideology, and you can remain on the left after this, to me, by definition, you're already a radical. Like, who's okay? We're talking about the people on the right who are getting radicalized, but people on the left who take a look at this and go, yeah, it's all right. Yeah, that's copacetic. Who the fuck is that person? And yet we're seeing them on social media.
Shockingly a lot.
It's one of those things where it's like, it almost has to be, if you are on the left side, you need to be condemning this right now, or else you're going to get lumped in with it. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of silence right now. Yeah. From people on that, with that side, that side of the spectrum.
Yep. Exactly. Original Pasta Man, do you think this will lead to an American Frycore situation down the road? I 100% think we have to, from this point out, deal differently with the groups that lead to actions like this. we can't just sit idly by and go, oh, well, our esteemed colleague across the aisle. Nah, bitch. Our esteemed colleague under the fucking aisle. Fuck you. We are going to bury you. Matthew McLeod. What was the worst, most extreme take the man even had that even warrants celebrating his death? What do these people hear or see when they see Charlie Kirk? I don't know, man. I know there had been a little bit of a kerfuffle where he was critical of Israel, and a lot of people are reading a lot into that, which was a different posture for Charlie Kirk. But he kind of had the same position on Israel that I did, which is stop sending fucking money over there. They can take care of themselves. It wasn't a particularly radical position. It wasn't like a let's stop supporting Israel or whatever even. It was more so, hey, stop taking my money. I'm on board with that. I don't know about you guys, but that's my position. Mechatar came from other streams. Sorry if something similar was said. I'm Irish, and this has me seething and worried about what my own nation will allow alone, and then what the EU will demand that we must comply with.
That's going to be a tough battle.
Especially because in Europe, you don't have a lot of the same mechanisms that we have in America that are admittedly checks and balances, even if imperfect ones.
You know what I wonder is, so to be fair, like I really don't have any friends on the left at all. I sort of have one, which he lives in Oklahoma. He used to go to church with us. I don't talk to him very often, and we usually can have a civil conversation whenever I actually see him, but I don't really have any friends where, like, I know some people have friends on the left, and there seems to be they have a lot of awkward, conversations because of all the stuff that's happened the last few years. It's like I haven't really had that experience because most of my friends are conservative. What about you guys? Have you had anything like similar? Do you have any friends on the left that you like get into arguments with about this type of stuff?
Yep. Yep. And you and I know some of them.
I have a couple, but we don't really talk about politics.
Right.
It seems like that's the thing. Like everyone does. Like my dad has some friends, and they go to lunch. There's like two of them. They're both liberals. He's a conservative, but they mostly avoid politics. But occasionally something slips through, and it's just like it gets awkward, and it's just. It seems like it's getting harder and harder to maintain certain friendships. If someone's actually okay with this assassination of Charlie Kirk, like I don't know how you reconcile that.
Right. I don't either. I just don't see how you watch this and say, yeah, I'm cool being associated with the left. I just don't. I do not know. Especially when somebody like Charlie Kirk is just so tap water conservative, like just not an offensive brand of conservative. If the spiciest thing he's even said on Israel is stop taking my money to fund your wars, gang. What do we do at that point? What do we do? Is there a more inoffensive position to take? Good grief. I mean, he is one of those old-fashioned lower taxes, family values, Christianity kind of Republicans. He's that kind. The difference between him and a lot of other conservatives is he's really good at organizing. Was really good at organizing. Again, I'm heartbroken for his family. Gabriel Tosh, they fired the MSNPC rube to save face. It failed. Is there any face to save over at MSNPC? Let's be real. Is there? Vibe Central. Easy for me to say. If you were the president, what would be your next steps? Godspeed and rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. I talked about it earlier. I would immediately declare Antifa a terror organization, pursue them as if they were one, a foreign terror organization. I wouldn't even classify them domestic terror. They're foreign terrorists because they're funded by foreign entities. That would be step one right there. You're not a political group, and anyone who then sullies their hands with funding them or coming out in support of them. We've got sitting Democratic Congress people who have been at Antifa rallies. Now, Ilhan Omar has been at some of them. AOC has been at some of them. These are people in office right now. This should end your political career. This should end in you in prison. Bullshit. Filipino white boy. I'm reading here that the police grabbed the wrong guy. I heard that twice, actually. Never by DC. One of the writers celebrated this. That doesn't surprise me, dude. DC Comics. The comic industry is so full of shrieking socialistic lefties, dude. So is Marvel. I mean, both companies. Let's be real. Let's be real. Solid number 5. Just tuned into your stream. How do you watch what happened and not want people's heads on pikes?
Oh, I didn't
I'm
say
sorry.
I didn't want them on pikes.
Yeah, I'm like, press X to doubt. I'm not saying I don't want their heads on pikes. I want to say political violence isn't acceptable, but seeing what happens makes it nearly impossible. It does. I mean, I waited half hour, almost an hour to even say anything about this because I was seethingly furious. I don't even know. How did you guys react to this? Like, did you have to keep yourselves in check? Because I certainly did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was just like,
100%.
uh-oh, when I saw it, because I'm like, there's nothing good going to come of this.
No.
Like, this is a flashpoint of some sort. It's one
wanted
of
to
those
be-
events where you know it's has weight to it.
I wanted to be one of those people calling for war and saying, "Okay, this is it. This is the last straw." So I had to curb that.
Yeah. I mean, that's a human emotion. That's a human reaction.
I know don't really like to talk about him much, but Howard Stern's reaction to 9/11, if you've ever heard the radio show from that day,
Right.
his reaction is the rawest I've ever heard. He's talking about going overseas and slitting throats of the family.
Yeah, killing those ragheads. I think at one point he literally calls them ragheads.
Yeah, I mean, where's that Howard Stern?
Yeah. JC, I saw you drop the glasses and break character in 16 after the election. It's true. Have you reflected on that moment and would you have the same message? Man, that was, if you watch that, and it was at the end of my, what was it? How did the Trump phenomenon happen or something like that? Oh, how did the explaining the God Emperor's ascent, I think is what it was called. And at the end there, what that really was an olive branch, not dissimilar from statements that Charlie Kirk himself has made in the past, where it was like, all right, guys, here's an opportunity. Because what I was thinking in my head was, all right, this is an opportunity because the left at that point were in complete shock and disbelief because they really thought Trump was going to lose. And those of us on the ground who like knew human beings and touched grass on a regular basis, we were like, no, Trump's way more famous and way more popular than Hillary. He's winning. He's just going to win. You're denying reality if you say he's not. So when Trump won, it's like everyone's jaw hit the floor, except for those of us who had predicted ahead of time that he was going to win and stood steadfast in that prediction that he was going to win. So I saw that as an opportunity because I recognized that the media were the ones who were leading us to this brink. And you can see we're still teetering on that brink to this day. This thing that happened today is an outgrowth of that. So I recognized that it was an opportunity. Okay, there are these moments that are opportunities to break the spell. You've been lied to your whole life by these talking heads on television. Maybe this is the moment where we can pour a little pixie dust on your head and say, hey, snap out of it. Get out of it. Rub some smelling salts under your nose. Maybe that could do it. So I kind of recorded that hoping. I knew that hardcore socialist ideologues wouldn't want to hear it. But man, if you get that one slightly rational lib, the person who arrived at those politics through no fault of their own, just because they worry about the poor and whatever, right? Whatever beliefs led them to that position. I was hoping they would consider the fact that, hey, if you now recognize the media lied to you about the election result, consider the following. What else did they lie to you about? What else are they lying to you about now? So would I say the same thing? Yeah, but louder. It's just as relevant. It's just as true now. Any thoughts on that phenomenon? And because I think this is another flashpoint like that, where The media have been saying the right are super violent and they're going to kill everyone and they're all fascists and they're all Nazis. And oh, look, a basic bitch conservative gets capped live on a live stream. A guy who is completely inoffensive to every. This is a spell-breaking moment, guys. This is a moment where we can reach some of these people. The ones who, not the nut jobs, they're gone. They're gone. But the few who have arrived at their leftist politics through no fault of their own. This is a moment where you can possibly speak a little sense to them. I don't know, guys. How do you feel?
Yeah, sometimes it takes, I mean,
and I'll be right back, by the way.
People's political beliefs are become so ingrained in their persona that it's really hard to change them. It's hard to, that's why debates a lot of times don't really go anywhere, because you can never convince the other person fully, to see your side. So sometimes it takes something really big, and you just might be able to maybe change someone's mind a little bit. It's not an easy thing to do. I've been trying to, my sister's a classic liberal. She's a pretty good person, but she's got all the, she's just a liberal, and I've been trying to gradually convert her at least somewhat to see our side of things and everything, because she's one of those people that's all super. She feels bad for refugees, so she wants open borders and all that type of total trash, right? Just that,
Right.
it's ugh.
It's really bad, especially in millennials who had hippie fucking parents.
Oh yeah, and dude, the 90s, even though I said we had kind of a bog standard left in the 90s, political correctness was a very real thing, and a lot of propaganda we're seeing today is an outgrowth of the 90s. So it's not like you and I and Hobo here were not subjected to socialist propaganda in the 90s in school. We were bludgeoned over the head with it. It just took a different name at the time. So happened to millennials for sure.
But yeah, I don't want to think that most of them are gone. I think there were some who were hanging on because the media told them, hey, they're not telling the truth. It's all just bullshit. Trump is just a smear merchant. He's a snake oil salesman. I think this changes everything for them. This flips it widens the gap just a little to let some light in. And they can actually see the way people are treating this. The real extremists who are saying, oh, this is a good thing, they're going to look at that and finally wake up. But if they don't, it might be time just to let go.
Yeah. Sagbud, when you're a father and see what Charlie's children will live without, there is very little that will quell the rage that is otherwise silent amongst us. Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. I can't say I don't sympathize. Emperor Soft Turtle. Trump's a moderate. MAGA's a moderate movement. Kirk was a moderate. These bitches have not seen the radical right. No shit. As much as they have tried to hallucinate a lot of it into existence, it is still there, bubbling underneath the surface. That Euro trash right is desperately trying to co-opt the MAGA movement. Multi-Sam Razor, I work with a bunch of blue pills and left-leaning people, and they were more concerned with how Charlie Kirk will become a martyr and claim he whitewashed history in his debates. Very telling. It reminds me of, you'll see this tweet thrown out every now and then from Norm Macdonald about, it worries me if Al-Qaeda were to detonate an improvised nuclear warhead and kill in an instant millions of Americans. I just worry about the blowback on innocent Muslims, right?
Yep.
But there's an even better version of that tweet. A lot of people aren't aware of this. On his podcast, he had Margaret Cho on.
Oh, right. That one's famous.
Shrieking leftist Margaret Cho. Outright Asiatic Marxist Margaret Cho. And he told that same joke to her. And she, dead ass serious, without missing a beat, said, yeah, I worry about that. He mocked her to her face and she didn't fucking get it. It's one of the greatest clips you'll ever see in your life. That is the Marxist left. You want to see the face of the left? That's it right there. Right there. Godspeed, Norm. Operator Juno, what hurts me more than anything is seeing Charlie's children and know they won't grow up with a father. I'm an uncle and it terrifies me. That's horrible. Godspeed to Kirk. May the Heavenly Father welcome him through the gates of heaven and grant him a well-earned rest. Thanks for the stream, Razor. Godspeed and thank you for joining us. All right. Ending moderates willing to engage in discourse is a quick way to meet people with no desire to talk to you at all. That is, I mean, can we safely do anything but withdraw from a lot of public discourse if we're in Charlie Kirk's position?
Really, like the worst thing he ever did was go and try and talk to people. He never called for violence. He never committed any crimes. He went and he tried to have debates and have discussions with people. And that apparently to the left means he deserves to be executed.
Beer Ninja. Unfortunately, both my brothers were laughing about his death. I feel alone in a house inhabited by demons. God help me.
I'm so sorry, man.
Well,
That's really
it can't be
unfortunate.
completely demon possessed if you have still retained enough of your humanity to not have that reaction. Hobo, you were saying something?
Oh, I was gonna say living. If you have to live in the same house with them, that's another level of difficult there.
I saw that same video, Tame the Watcher. The Blaze posted a video 4 hours ago showing one of Charlie's daughters running into his arms. I saw that, and I could not take it. The same people who gleefully cheer Charlie's passing, yes, I'm looking at you, TMZ, are the same people who still hate Hulk Hogan's lasting legacy by bringing people together through faith. Patriot James, amazing that the mainstream media is all over this while they buried and were culpable of the absolute destruction of the left for well over a decade. Well put, Generalissimo Liberty. We are all Charlie Kirk now. I mean, in a lot of ways, if he is offensive in their sight, we are doubly so. Corkscrew Marine. Razor, what conditions do you think need to happen for civil war to happen? I know a good amount of fellow service members want some kind of conflict to participate in, whether it be foreign or domestic. Well, I kind of alluded to that. I think basic services and utilities have to break down, and a severe downturn in the economy. I think it has to be basic stuff like that. It's not enough to have this conflict in online spaces because as engaged as we all are in the online conversation is not real life. It's not. And don't make the mistake of thinking it is, because that's the mistake the left made in 2016. And look what happened. It's important to recognize that there's a whole wide world out there. And unless they feel the pinch, it's not happening. It's not happening. So I think some more concrete things would have to cease to be available, whether it be power or water or more likely food, that kind of stuff. And you know what? With the way our infrastructure is, we're at a greater danger of that than a lot of people appreciate. It must be said. We learned that in COVID, did we not? Just a few weeks of empty store shelves and people were freaking. Reminder, Scandinavians celebrated the fall of Saigon and siege of Phnom Penh by the Khmer Rouge in the 70s. Yep. Scandinavia has been a radical hub for decades. Yep. And the only reason their piss poor welfare state is allowed to exist is because we've been taking care of their military obligations for years. And because of those offshore oil reserves. Gold Ducat did nothing wrong. If you're ever at a large event, look up, scan the high points above you, stay safe, and stay armed. This is going to be a conversation we have to have. I made sure to hit this at the beginning of the stream. I'm going to hit it again now. I don't know how Hobo feels about this. We hit this before he was here, but being disarmed at public events. These conservative events that are gun-free zones, beyond being hypocritical, it is now indefensible. I'm sorry. I should not have to be in a crowd of people forcibly disarmed, knowing that if there's a gunman who wants to kill me bad enough, he's not going to obey the dictum. He's not going to obey the law. He's going to show up armed. Right? I have turned down so many public big events you would have heard of. You know, PACs and whatever, big ass events I've been invited to and had to say no because they were gun-free zones. Is the right ever going to have this conversation?
You know,
I don't know how you guys feel about it.
I don't, man, in like some cases, I don't think they're ever going to allow guns because they'll just say, yeah, the person's too high profile, whatever. Like, you're not going to ever have an event with Trump where anyone's allowed to bring a gun. It's just not going to happen. Like that type of thing, right? But I understand to an extent, like earlier, I did hear a little of the stream earlier at work. You were talking about like Phoenix Convention Center, right? Like a place like that. I think, yeah, you should probably be able to carry in there for sure, you know?
It's clear that something has to change. Like, they have to give you something. Like, these specific events, maybe they pay to have you have security, your own personal security detail, without you paying for it. They provide it. Maybe.
Well, yeah, here's the other thing too. Like those the whole reason gun-free zones are totally useless. Gun-free zones could work, like I was just mentioning, with like Secret Service. If you go to a Trump rally, you basically have to go through Secret Service screening, and they're going to make sure generally, right, you're not armed. Yeah. So like, if you're just have a sign that says no guns allowed, that's like the dumbest thing of all time.
Oh,
you know, it's like schools, like you have to have some sort of way to enforce it. Like concerts, I know, like they have metal detectors that, you know, with the $5 an hour security guards that are very highly trained and and such. But
right.
Yeah, it's just like if you have an event like that, like I don't know at this Charlie Kirk thing if you had to go through any sort of security to get in there, but if you're going to have a gun-free zone, you have to enforce it. You can't just say no guns allowed. Right? Yeah, and of course that wouldn't have done anything with this guy up in the tower, which I think there's also probably going to be less outdoor events too. This is going to put a damper on outdoor events, speaking events and stuff.
I mean, look, Turning Point USA does AmFest out here in Phoenix every year, and when I went last year, like I said, I had to leave my piece in the car, which is fine. It was really, I was lucky enough to park really close to the event, so I felt pretty confident about being able to get out to my car if I needed to. But this bullet belt here, this bullet belt, I had to push all the bullets out because they're real bullets. I couldn't be taking them into the convention center. I had to walk around with an empty bullet belt, any of the RazörForce that I ran into there, because you guys were great when I was at AmFest just walking around. I was walking around with an empty gun belt, but it was absurd. We're supposed to be about Pro 2A and whatever. And if I had been, I wasn't scheduled to be anywhere. I just got to glad hand with people. It was pretty cool. But like, if I had been scheduled to speak or something, if there'd been like, what the hell? I would not have wanted to be disarmed. Absolutely not. I wouldn't have consented to it. And we on the right need to have this conversation and have it loudly, because our conventions being gun-free zones while we're speaking against gun-free zones makes us look like fucking retards. And it leads to stuff like this. This is an interesting question I want to get to before we blaze through a lot of these, because man, we're literally going to run out of time here pretty soon here.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, as you're reading a lot of these, more are coming in, and it's like
crazy.
Still building.
Spocko, considering how moderate he was, could this have been a deliberate provocation? We haven't even talked about this tonight. I'll put it to Taryn first.
Oh.
Seeing the game of brinksmanship that's been happening, let me set you up a little bit. Seeing the game of brinksmanship that's been happening, the steadily intensifying radicalization that we've been talking about all night, from one event to another. A year ago, a little over a year ago, they tried to kill our president, our rightfully elected president, 3 times, by the way, in case you forget, bitch. And now here we are, basically the same kind of assassination attempt, only it's not an attempt this time. They succeeded. And it's not even a public official. They chose a soft target because they were pussies, because they knew it would be easier. What do you think this could be? You think this is provocation or just a lone ideological nut job? Or
See, that's the problem, isn't it? Without knowing who it is,
Yeah.
it's difficult to say.
Yeah.
The previous two we barely know anything about them. They both had suspiciously abnormal amounts of money to
Yeah.
buy all of these weapons, to
Mhm.
buy. Each one of them had multiple smartphones. Where is this aggression coming from?
Mhm.
If these are just like Antifa types and whatever, I would say no, it was just some asshole who got lucky.
Right.
But in all of these attempts, it's so orchestrated, so planned out, so thought out, so well funded. You have to wonder where this is actually coming from. If it is from an official source within the government, within some sort of anti-government thing, then yes, it is an escalation. It is a ramping up.
Hobo?
If there's a lot of rabbit holes you go down, but if for people that are conspiracy oriented, one could say that it's a false flag to try and stir up civil war. I'm sure like the Alex Jones types are saying that. Who knows? But it definitely seems like it could be, considering, like it says, considering how moderate he was. They didn't go after like somebody who's far more controversial, because there's a lot of people that are way more controversial than Charlie Kirk.
And people who have spoken in public. I mean,
So it's like, yeah,
Candace
well, it's
Owens
almost,
is talking, she's talked in
Yeah.
public. Fuentes has had his own events. He spoke on like a bridge in Chicago or whatever. That would have been a good time to clap him. You know what I mean? Like, there's way more controversial people who have spoken in public and out in the open, and they get Charlie Kirk. Like,
exactly. So it's like, you're like, what the hell? Why did they target him out of everyone they could have targeted? Because there's a lot of people that they could have targeted, and yet it's Charlie Kirk out of everybody. I mean, I get some people. He's kind of a target also because I feel like the leftists don't like him because they are so tied to like campuses. They love campuses so much, so they can't have anyone. It has to be like a sacred space to them.
That is true. We didn't take that into account. He does appear a lot at universities and colleges and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
That could make him a very big target, especially to millennials and Zoomers, the crazy ones. I'm not insulting entire generations, except for maybe millennials. But yes, that is something to consider. Maybe this was someone who saw him as a threat directly to that type of life, to the campus life, to where they teach, these leftist ideals.
Could be. I mean, look, I would actually say that's likely, at least a student, because this did require planning. If it was the gunman on the rooftop, this required some planning. They had to pick the right rooftop. They had to get the right angle. They had to have at least a day where they did a dry run and ran up there and saw at least one, which means they probably would have had to see that the event was being advertised. And where would the logical place be for them to see that it was being advertised? The college, obviously the college. So that, to me, if you're reducing possibilities to probabilities, the most probable thing is a student or teacher at that university. Could be more than that. There's advertising, of course, outside of universities. You see it online. Turning Point is big online. So, it could be somebody who saw an advertisement for it online or something, but they had to know the date that it was going to happen, when it was going to happen, when Charlie Kirk was going to take the stage, more importantly, that can be something that's transitory on the day of. If you, like me, attended AmFest, speakers got pushed around, times got changed. There were different events happening that were maybe supposed to happen an hour earlier. They got pushed back, whatever. This had to be someone who was familiar enough with the area that a fluid change in that schedule would not affect their ability to kill Charlie Kirk. So, yeah, thinking about it more, it makes more sense that it might be a student. But so it wouldn't surprise me, in other words.
But do we actually think he was a lone wolf, or that he had accomplices? Because I think it's unlikely it was probably just a lone wolf. I mean, it could be,
Yeah.
but I mean,
No,
that's
I
a
agree.
major thing to like. It feels very targeted to me, like a very
Yes.
targeted and planned out operation.
I could see that too. I'm doing the basic bitch ground floor analysis of, okay, how would they have found out that he was here? How would they have known he was on the stage? How would they have known the lay of the land enough? How would they have been able to do a dry run before, right? Like, I'm thinking in practical terms on that, not really speculating as to, oh, did they have help? Did they have an outside handler? Like, we're all pretty sure there was something going on with Thomas Crooks in Butler, right? No 20-something or whatever is running around with a bunch of clean bleach-bitsed phones with his freaking cell phones pinging near the FBI headquarters, and he's got no social media presence whatsoever. Like, what? He's the only 20-something in the world with no social media footprint? Come on.
Yeah.
How would he even get that mad at Trump without being online? You know what I mean? So, all right. Intrinsic dark time to ban Marxist ideology being taught in the schools. Commie radicalization needs to end. Godspeed. My goodness. There's so much to get through. Fortunately, we do, of course, have a stream every single Friday where we can get to any of this stuff we miss, because we are gonna run out of time, gang.
Yeah. We're and they're still piling up too.
Yeah. If you want to like read through the chat while it's going and stuff too, like interact with that while I'm going through some of these, that would help.
How you bastards doing? Excuse me. It's been a long day. I'm tired.
All right.
A little colicky. Let me see. Excuse me, it's Retoddy Oswald.
That moon-faced fuck.
Oh, right. Rumble
He
Rants.
was like, dude, he looked like the Trump shooter looked like he had been built in a Jim Henson creature shop. Like, he was one freaky looking dude.
Krista the J. I'm emotionally spent. Been reading some imprecatory psalms, praying for righteous vengeance if it is his will. We are at war with the demonic, and hope moderates realize that now.
Mm-hmm.
McLeod, speaking of which, you see the indestructible glass being put up in Los Angeles everywhere, and how criminals are unable to break it. It's fun to watch.
Nice. All right.
J.M. Denton, when demanding political change, we should be focused primarily on the GOP. Let them know if they don't take substantive action, they're the same as the left to us.
Indeed. Look, the most, I've said it a million times, but the most dangerous gun of all is the one aimed at your back. This is one of the reasons this has been an eternal lesson of the MAGA movement. We've had to police our own side. Yes, that means we have to gatekeep. Shoot, we've learned this in the sort of video game culture war too, right? In our space, a little gatekeeping the gatekeepers.
Spider Eternal, Je suis Charlie.
Indeed.
Gala, if you are not Fed posting at this stage, you are part of the problem. The John Beck, speaking of not telling a lie, letting a lie sit there.
Mm-hmm.
The David Beckham versus Posh Spice wife bit. Lol. I must have missed that.
What was that?
David Beckham versus Posh Spice?
I don't know.
Squatchhammer.
Nobody cares, man. Sub since 2012. One of the OGs. This week is complicated bad. Destiny is celebrating this death. Of course he is.
Of course.
Did you
Squatch
see
Hammer.
Destiny's tweet before this? No, I didn't. I try to pretend he doesn't exist.
Squatch Hammer. Remember Japan, which has strict gun laws, has a makeshift shotgun kill one politician and nearly killed another.
Yep. The criminal is not going to abide by the law. Funny how that works. All right.
Matt G. Hammond, insurance companies will not insure events with people armed.
Probably not. I mean, and I'm sure the building is a factor, the venue, for sure. For sure. Maybe I'll throw this out there. Kane's Brain, a bit of an emotional break. What do you think of Phil Anselmo's band Scour? Hobo, you listen to any of his, like Down and Christ Inversion and Scour and all the
he's been in a bunch of stuff.
Non-Pantera stuff he's done.
Scour. I maybe heard a little bit of it. I think it was all right. I don't know too much, but
all right. Blitzy Systems. If you think the left are imploding now, imagine after midterm losses from a highly motivated rights victory and them losing more seats. I hate to even think in those terms because there's a human tragedy right now. You know what I mean?
Dangerous Spaces. Hope you guys are doing well under these circumstances. Doing
what we can, and I hope we're helping some other people process this at the same time.
Hope you guys are doing well. Watching what happened is already heartbreaking from over here in Australia.
Whoa! What? Eliani, don't buy Ghost of Yote. The senior dev of Ghost of Yote is celebrating Charlie's death. That's a fuck off moment.
Real smart.
That doesn't surprise me given the stuff we've already seen about that piece of shit game.
Real smart.
Oh no, I won't buy a completely historically accurate female samurai game. Oh darn. Drat. Concern it even.
Watching what happened is already heartbreaking from over here in Australia. Can't imagine how you feel about this and what it means for the US.
Well, we've covered it pretty heavily here tonight. My goodness. Can't believe, like, we've been going for over 5 hours. This is nuts. TMZ trying to turn it back, saying the cheers were for a car chase in California. Sure. Crazy to think this is almost Trump a year ago. That's why it hits so hard. Because this is like, just replace Charlie with Trump, and this was what was supposed to happen a year ago. And we never would have had the 2024 election or everything that came tumbling after.
And as we read through
Samuela Hyde. They've apprehended the shooter. It's Samuela Hyde.
Those are always good.
Guthrak the Undying went to your first Orthodox service last Sunday. I guess it figures I would come back to Christ just in time for us to come under fire. Dio Mythos when. Well, Godspeed, and I'm glad to hear you're returning to your faith.
And as we are wrapping this up and trying to get through these, we want to thank everyone who joined us, the 28,000 over on X, and the nearly 6,000 over on YouTube. We know it was much larger earlier.
No, we're actually at an even higher peak. We're at over 34,000 people.
Wow.
Yeah. Rest well, Mr. Kirk. Thank you, G2 Jordan. I can't. I'm going to have to close with, I think I have a specific prayer in mind from this. So I think we'll probably close on that. But let me try and get through as much as this of this as I can. You keep going, Tara, and I appreciate it.
Sure, no problem. Let me see anything more over on Rumble. We are clear there.
We did play that Emperor Creatine. Thank you very much. I hope you were there to watch it. Thank you, sir.
Over 10% of the entire subscriber base is watching. Yeah, apparently.
We always do, man. The RazörForce are amazing. We always get that. Like, we've never had a problem where, oh, video drops and The fans aren't interested. You know, we always have the baseline of a certain number of people, which is that's just the RazörForce being bitchin'. So thank you very much.
We're not like those other channels. I've brought it up before. One time saw this guy with 11 million subs, and he didn't even get 1% of views on his videos.
You see that all the time. You wonder if they're botted. You wonder.
It's got to be, right?
Yeah. Watched that. Oh gosh, we even forgot about that. What initiated this whole week of madness, this whole month of madness, really? The Doge kid, Big Balls, getting almost killed.
Yeah, getting assaulted. But hey, we have a safer DC now because of that.
Yeah.
Our capital was a hub of crime, and we're not even talking about the politicians.
Absolutely.
Murders,
but Buddy Lee, you think South Park will continue their parody of Charlie K after this? They're awful quiet. I wonder if they'll do a parody of trans shooters. I wonder if they'll do that, because they make fun of both sides. I mean, it seems fair to parody a murderer, right? They've parodied murderers before. O.J. Simpson and so on. They made fun of him. What the hell? Come on, guys. You're equal on both sides, huh? Huh?
They go wherever the money's at, it seems.
They go where Comedy Central tells them to, little bitches. Sorry, unfunny little bitches. All right. Godspeed, Tomahawk. Is there any way to convince people, no matter how much they may dislike someone, laughing at someone's death is not going to make the country better? Look at his kids. Okay? Watch that footage of his little, barely older than a toddler daughter running across the stage into Charlie Kirk's arms. And tell yourself, yeah, we're the good guys. If you can morally withstand that, buddy.
Sub in the chat says his mother is convinced it was cartels.
Fiesta Cat, peace if possible, truth at all costs. Martin Luther, I love that quote. Remember the guy murdered for wearing a MAGA hat? Oh, yes. Oh, don't forget the firefighter or retired firefighter who got shot at the Butler rally and died protecting his family.
Took one for his country.
Yep. All right. Emperor Soft Turtle, I'm sick of the Mark Halperins and center cucks acting like this should bring the left and right together. We, the right, have given the olive branch. People like Charlie Kirk were the olive branch. He's always at universities, always willing to engage in dialogue. He's never if you watch his videos, he's never disrespectful until the other person is. And even then, like, he's pretty tame as far as disrespect. Let's just say I would be worse, okay? Michael McLeod, I just want justice for Charlie and his family. From your lips to God's ears, brother. Godspeed, Disney. Thank you, sir.
When they dehumanize you, they think it's their duty to kill you.
Yep.
I mean, that's usually how it starts. Wasn't that what Yuri Beznemov, or however you pronounce his name, wasn't that one of the things he said? It's like the first thing is they do is label you as subhuman.
Yep.
Was that him who said that?
Maybe. Yeah. Herb Seasoning, God rest his soul, praying for his young family. We're all Charlie Kirk. This is one of those days that we defined as before and after. Couldn't agree more. Troy Carr, the gloves are off. The discussion is over. The time for action is now. Prepare yourself, no matter your side, for open war is upon you, whether you would have it or not. Wake up from woke. Live without fear. Godspeed, bro. Cyan, I fail to see how they don't realize that what they're doing is making what they fear appear. A group you fear is violent, you antagonize and literally attack. Eventually, they'll just say, you're right. It is something that's been happening, this steady incrementalist creeping up to the cliff of absolute societal destruction. And because certain people profit from it, it's a great big bouillabaisse of people who are profiting from it, people who are sincere communists, people who are simply looking to be on top of the social order. Communism and socialism always bring that kind of rainbow stew of retardation together. It's uniquely applicable in that sense.
Dangerous spaces. Remember when Kai Trump was invited to the RNC and the View's response was, they're humanizing Trump.
Yep. Oh, no, gosh. Remember when Jimmy Fallon rustled his hair? Remember that? Oh, Jimmy Fallon's got to be canceled. He normalized Trump. That's a literal Nazi whose hair he's rubbing. Remember that? That's who you're dealing with, folks. That's who you're dealing with. Marley antics. My guess this came from the establishment and Dems because of his ability to rally votes 200 yards from the roof, one shooter, forgettable location. Not surprised that this is also to bait the right into mistakes. I could see that too. And believe it or not, we are through. We are through the lion. Actually, we're through all of those unless there's some hiding somewhere else. Crusader Saracen, he goes now to his forefathers in whose mighty company he shall not now be ashamed. I'm going to go ahead and close on this because this is less of a personal prayer. This is a prayer from the Lutheran Prayer Book at a time of national crisis. Heavenly Father, we come to your throne of mercy, bowed down and wearied by the weight of suffering and disaster visited upon your country. I beg you to protect this nation in our hour of need. I acknowledge my trespasses before you and do not deny either my own transgressions of your holy law or the sins of other citizens of my homeland. We are laden with iniquity, but you call us to your forgiveness, salvation, hope, and life. Turn the hearts and minds of all to you that they might find peace through the cleansing of Jesus' blood. Let me not be confounded or dismayed so that I, a child of your grace, may courageously speak to this needy world of the hope that is within me. Make me an instrument of your peace in a world of conflict, a witness to the power of faith in a world lost in unbelief, and a bearer of the joy that overcomes the sorrow of a fallen world. Grant to the leaders of this nation and all the nations of the world wise counsel, calm thinking, and unselfish aims. Amid the tumult of disaster, build your kingdom and turn even more souls to yourself. Because of your grace, we are not altogether lost, but find peace and forgiveness in you, O Lord. Give me the grace to seek you, trust you, and confess you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you, RazörForce, for joining us. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts and prayers with his family. Godspeed, and don't get captured.